Chapter 654. Blue Star, Black Star City. 3 years ago, the mutation disaster had ended, and the various financial groups had followed in the footsteps of Black Star to invest in Blue Star, which was Floating Dragon's territory in name. With the influx of galactic knowledge, the technological bottleneck that had existed for a long time was easily broken, and a stagnant civilization welcomed a period of rapid development. The mutation disaster was both a calamity and a turning point for the civilization to become a galactic civilization. No one had forgotten the significance of what Han Shao had done to this planet. In order to commemorate this event that had changed the fate of this planet, Bennett had taken a lead to build a large city with the Black Phantom Sanctuary as the original location and named it Han Shao. It was Black Star City. The survivors that had been sheltered by the sanctuary had become residents, and countless people from the Six Nations had moved to this city. Now, the young Black Star City had become the largest city in Blue Star. In the center of the city was the base of the Black Star Core. The tall obelisk pointed straight to the sky, and the huge Black Star logo was engraved on the body of the tower. The height of the building decreased from the center to the edge, and suspended electric bridges crisscrossed in the air. Maglev trains shuttled back and forth, and the lights were bright day and night. The financial groups had come because of the name of Black Star and Floating Dragon. Black Star City had received the most investment, and the technology in the city was the highest in Blue Star. Compared to Black Star City, the capitals of the Six Nations were like villages. Black Star City was undoubtedly the future city of Blue Star. Although the treaty set by the three universal civilizations included the rule that they could not interfere with the progress of low-level civilizations, it was mainly to protect the low-level civilizations from being harmed. If it was to support the development of low-level civilizations, as long as the civilizations in the area did not interfere, no one would pursue the matter. Ghidorah naturally would not stop Han Shao from transforming his hometown. Under the protection of Han Shao, the Six Nations rested, developed technology, supported the people, and restored the environment. Compared to 3 years ago, Blue Star had changed greatly. Under Han Zhao's instructions, Bennett had also changed the characteristics of the organization and formed a new government. With Black Star City as the capital, they had become the seventh country in the world and were gradually developing toward a galactic civilization. Stephanie and the others landed in the wilderness outside of Black Star City and looked at the city in the distance. This is Black Star's headquarters. According to the information we've gathered, he places a lot of importance on his mother planet. His investment, a member said. Stephanie heard this and slowly nodded. After coming to the Shattered Star Ring, she was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, she collected information for a period of time, planned before taking action, and understood the mess that Albert had left behind. The experts that Albert had captured had all been rescued by Black Star, and they had established a connection with each other. If she acted rashly, as long as she captured one of them, she would alert the others and let them know that someone had started hunting them again. Albert's failure made it difficult for Stephanie's operation. Stephanie did not plan to build a base like Albert. She decided to hide in the dark and not stay for long. Although the efficiency was a little low, her whereabouts were unpredictable. The enemy was in the light while she was in the dark, so the risk was not high. She also did not plan to cooperate with Clint again. Clint had taken the blame for them, so the possibility of them betraying them was very high. Furthermore, if she did not build a base, the intelligence channel was not that important to her. Under such circumstances, Black Star, who was not to be messed with, was the best first target. He had killed 6 of Albert's people and saved everyone else, making Albert's years of accumulation go up in smoke. Recently, he had even earned the title of a Beyond Grade A seed. He had a lot of potential and was the best prey. His Excellency Thousand Shadows would definitely like him. Black Star is participating in the war, so we don't have a good chance to do anything. However, as long as an enemy that he can't deal with appears on his mother planet, he'll definitely come back to deal with it. I'm not as reckless as Albert. I won't take advantage of the situation. Stephanie did not want to attack Black Star's territory, nor did she want to take the risk of entering the secret war. She chose to set a trap and lure Black Star into an ambush. Choosing the blue star as the battlefield seemed to give Black Star an advantage, but in reality, it would make him cautious. Including herself, 10 calamity-grade shadows might not be able to kill Black Star, who was nicknamed Indestructible Body, but subduing him would not be a problem. Even if he has the potential to become a Beyond Grade A, he's still not a Beyond Grade A yet. Stephanie had a calm expression. Looking at the blue sky, Stephanie took a deep breath of air and felt the coolness in her lungs. She closed her eyes in enjoyment and said with a half-smile, "Hee hee, I didn't expect to miss the entire war era after sleeping. This place is like my hometown, a thriving planet. I really want to smash it." The other 9 looked at each other and did not say anything. They were not familiar with Stephanie. They only knew that this captain was a shadow from a different era. Whoosh! The blacklight stealth slowly landed on an uninhabited planet. Han Xiao, Desoro, and the other 3 walked out of the hatch. "Let's do it here. The place is big enough, so there's no need to worry about damage." Han Xiao smiled. He did not choose the base as the location for the spar. If they were calamity grades, the base would be destroyed if they accidentally released any shockwaves. The walls of the training room might not be able to withstand the shockwaves, so he did not want to suffer any unnecessary losses. Desoro did not say anything, but expressed his attitude with his actions. He opened his arms, and golden magic circuits appeared on his black robe. His magic power surged out, and his robe fluttered in the wind as if a typhoon had appeared out of nowhere. His eyes under the shadow of the hood flashed with lightning and thunder, and his battle intent spread rapidly in the air. Lagi and the other 2 forbidden sorcerers retreated far away and cleared the battlefield. A sense of pressure rushed toward him, and Han Zhao's eyes narrowed. He activated the necklace with his mechanical force, and a brand new mechanical suit instantly covered his entire body. It was even more beautiful than the Berserk ape, with a streamlined silver and black body with glowing blue cloud patterns. It had turned from an iron-headed doll into a psychedelic wind. However, it was far more violent than the Berserk ape. This was the upgraded version of the Berserk ape. It was also an ape model of the super nano transforming mechanical suit, named Mountain Ape. The equipment requirement for the Berserk ape was level 135, while the equipment requirement for the Mountain Ape was level 165. It was a full 30 levels increase. Han Xiao had used a large amount of rare materials and integrated new technology to greatly increase the mechanical suit's attributes. Its armor value was over 110,000, and its power level was close to 5,000. Its performance was extremely strong. The specialty of the Berserk ape was its strength, while the specialty of the Mountain Ape was its energy, which was the advantage of the psionic reactor. The Berserk ape was more for close-range combat, while the Mountain Ape fought with psionic energy. It was more versatile. "Come!" Desoro raised his voice. A gem that was fixed with an instant cast spell on his collar shone brightly. The next moment, a dazzling spell array extended from under his feet, turning into a huge black whirlpool of stars that seemed to be connected to another dimension. An enormous 12-fingered palm reached out from the vortex. Its texture was like obsidian, and it was covered in glowing golden cracks. Just the palm alone was more than 100 meters long, and it slammed onto the ground. Bang! The ground cracked, and the mountains shook. Summoner? Super Magic Colossus? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, intrigued. The Summoner class was as famous as the army style. The Forbidden Sorcerers were all secret spell masters and knew spells from many different classes. It seemed like Desoro's major was the Summoner class. "You want to use a large-scale summoning spell in front of me? Do you think I'm invisible? I won't sit by and watch you summon a pig trotter." Han Xiao curled his lips and crossed his palms, forming an oval area. He aimed at Desoro, who was not far away. A blue light particle was born in his palm and suddenly expanded, releasing a dazzling light. A majestic blue light beam shot out. Desoro maintained the summoning circle. The patterns on his robe lit up, and a high-energy magic shield appeared in front of him. The blue light beam crashed into it. At this moment, Desoro was alarmed. His eyes narrowed, and he immediately deactivated the summoning circle, retreating a few hundred meters with a blink spell. Boom! The blue light beam instantly swallowed the magic shield and shot into the ground. The ground cracked rapidly, and blue energy spewed out of the cracks. Rumble! A dark blue pillar of light that had expanded dozens of times erupted from the ground and soared into the sky like a fountain. The momentum was like an earth dragon turning over, and the earth was completely devoured by the energy. Psionic impact. Whale wave. One of the mountain ape's abilities. The energy beam disappeared into the sky, and the ground had turned into a circular crater with a diameter of more than 100 meters. Because the summoning circle had ended prematurely, only one arm of the magic colossus was summoned, and it was almost shattered by this attack. You know how to use psionic energy? DeSoro's tone became extremely solemn. A mechanic who could use psionic energy and a mechanic who could not were two completely different concepts. Isn't this? Han Xiao was only halfway through his sentence when his body suddenly blurred. The thruster filled with psionic energy turned him into a bolt of lightning with a blue afterimage. Han Xiao closed in on DeSoro in the blink of an eye, and his fist, which was wrapped in a psionic shield, landed on DeSoro's protective spiritual light along with the second half of his sentence. Sooner or later, bang! The two figures collided with each other. The psionic shield released a huge amount of kinetic energy, and the protective light shattered inch by inch. DeSoro suffered a heavy blow. His chest felt suffocated, and he was sent flying like a meteor. Han Xiao caught up to his flying figure, grabbed DeSoro's neck with both hands, and threw him into the sky. Mountain Ape Throw. Compared to Berserk Ape's Berserk Throw, the Mountain Ape version of Throw increased the strength attribute by 50 points, but reduced the number of times it could deal damage. However, there was an additional 0.5-second stun time. Overall, it was more of a control type. Kill. Han Zhao's figure came to a stop. The two-handed mechanical suit turned into energy cannons, and dozens of cannons were aimed at DeSoro in the sky. Tong, tong, tong. In the blink of an eye, psionic cannons rushed out of the cannons and caught up to DeSoro. The light illuminated his shocked eyes. Rumble. Balls of blue light exploded in midair. The light from the explosions illuminated the mountain ape's mechanical suit helmet time and time again, and the scorching heat waves reverberated. Under the helmet, Han Zhao's lips curled up slightly. The weakness of a mage was also to attack. Swoosh! Light flashed in the sky, and DeSoro flashed out of the attack range again. He was covered in wounds and looked rather pathetic. Without saying anything, he started to cast spells. He was an elite mage under Austin, after all. Although he was in a passive position, he would not be defeated so easily. However, DeSoro had to admit that although he did not underestimate Blackstar's combat ability was still beyond his expectations. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The light of summoning flashed, and one strange summoned creature after another quickly descended. DeSoro even cast dozens of instant buff spells on himself to prevent Han Xiao from attacking again. However, he found that Han Xiao had no intention of stopping his summoning. Han Xiao chuckled and clapped his hands. The space around him suddenly rippled, and a buzzing sound echoed. Shaking people? I could do it too. 22 army boxes appeared out of thin air with a flash of dimensional warp. In order to increase the efficiency of the army, Han Xiao did not care about the cost and equipped the army boxes with energy furnaces and warp engines. This way, the support range and speed of the Mech Legion greatly increased, and there was no need for the Blacklight stealth to be airdropped. Most importantly, the level of the army had suddenly increased. Finding these people to spar was not only for the promotion mission, but also to test the combat ability of the new army. Naturally, he would use everything he had. Han Xiao pulled his fist, and mechanical force chain lightning grabbed onto every army box. Bang, bang, bang. The army boxes shook, and the doors opened one after another, spitting out countless compressed orbs and turning into a black mass of Mech Legion. In front of the huge mech legion, Disoro's summoned creatures were like lambs surrounded by wolves, weak and helpless. "Get him!" Han Shao pointed at the helpless Desoro. Boom! The mechanical army acted brazenly and swallowed Disoro's summoned creature army like a flood that blotted out the sky. The battle instantly turned into a gang fight. The scene instantly became chaotic. Chapter 655. Both the army style and the summoning style were fighting in groups. The summoning style burned mana and did not cost much money. Even if the summoned creatures were defeated, they could still be summoned again. It could be said that learning the summoning style would be useful for the rest of one's life. The army style burned money. Building an army in advance would increase the combat power of the army, and all that was lost was money. However, the advantage was that the construction speed was extremely fast. As long as one had money, they would be the boss. The rebuilt Mech Legion used psionic energy as its main energy source. Most of the machines were modified by Han Shao in his psionic weapons. The original ion cannons and electromagnetic cannons were all abandoned and replaced with psionic cannons. Even the cannon fodder mechanical soldiers were equipped with psionic shields, small-caliber psionic lasers, and a series of other weapons. Cutting-edge knowledge was worth every penny. Psionic energy technology was extremely cost-effective. The cost of building machines did not increase by much, but their combat power skyrocketed. Under the control of Philip, the Mech Legion easily dealt with Disoro's summoned creatures. Han Shao paid attention to the actual combat effect of the army. With the bonus from Machinery Truth Grasp, the combat power of the mechanical soldiers was very satisfactory. He estimated that a single cannon fodder mechanical soldier could deal with 4 or 5 mechanical soldiers of the same model before the class advancement. Boom, 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 boom. The battle was one-sided. Disoro's summoned creatures were all wiped out, and he was the only one left being surrounded by the Mech Legion. All kinds of spells were cast. Even without his summoned creatures, he was still a powerful, forbidden sorcerer. The power of his spells was astonishing, and he was proficient in casting them. The battlefield was an uninhabited, desolate planet. Neither side was restrained, and they unleashed their destructive power without restraint. Desoro flashed continuously, and the Mech Legion chased after him. The battlefield kept shifting, spanning thousands of miles. Powerful forbidden spells and psionic cannons bombarded the surface of the planet. The Earth was a mess, and there were deep craters everywhere. If this was a civilized planet, the buildings on the surface would have been leveled long ago. Surrounded, Desoro felt extremely exhausted. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and it was difficult for him to move. If it was the Mech Legion before the class advancement, even if a Calamity Grade Super was surrounded, they would not feel much of a threat. Stronger Calamity grades, such as the 8 Vanguard officials of the Tyrant, could still enter and exit the army. Basically, they could only slowly grind away at the enemy's health and energy, like boiling a frog in warm water. As for the Mech Legion, their lethality and containment abilities had skyrocketed. The psionic cannons and psionic shields had increased the overall offensive and defensive capabilities of the Mech Legion by several levels. Now, they were more like fried chicken. Even a senior Calamity grade like Desoro felt nervous. The psionic cannons were more powerful, so the firepower did not need to be too concentrated. Thus, the attacks became more concentrated, and the psionic cannons seemed to have weaved a blue spider web. Danger was everywhere, and the margin for error dropped drastically. In terms of defense, the Special Defense Team connected the psionic shields to form a barrier that was several hundred meters in size. It was like a giant bubble that could not be shaken by Tier 6 or Tier 7 offensive spells. Desoro could only use powerful forbidden spells to barely cause any damage, which consumed a lot of mana. He's completely passive. He's definitely going to lose. At the edge of the battlefield, the tone of the other 2 forbidden sorcerers changed slightly. Before the battle, the 2 of them also had the intention of observing Black Star's strength. However, the scene in front of them surprised them. They were clear about Desoro's strength, and they thought that even if Black Star could defeat Desoro, it would still be a tough battle. However, the battle was completely one-sided. He's gotten stronger. Lagi had mixed feelings. He had only known Han Xiao for a short time, and this was the first time he had seen Han Xiao's growth speed. When they first met, although Lagi had habitually underestimated his strength, he still felt that his chances of winning against Black Star were 50%. A month ago, when Han Xiao announced that he had the indestructible body, he felt that his chances of winning had become 70 to 30%. Now, he felt that he was trash. Such an unbelievable growth speed. This is the true potential of a beyond grade A, right? Lagi had mixed feelings. His negative energy level was off the charts. He suddenly felt that there was no need for him to learn magic. He might as well go home and raise pigs, disregarding the thoughts of the three of them. On the battlefield, Desoro fought for a while longer. He was almost disgusted by the chewy mech legion and no longer had the mood to fight. He could not help but yell, "I'm not fighting anymore. I admit defeat." Han Xiao raised his finger and signaled for the mech legion to stop fighting and retreat to the side. With the pressure gone, Desoro immediately felt his body lighten. He took a deep breath and slowly floated to Han Xiao. After hesitating for a while, he said with reluctance and helplessness, "You won this battle. I'm no match for you." If he continued fighting, he could actually last for a long time, but he felt that it would be futile. Black Star's mech legion was extremely strong and did not give him any chance. Black Star was idling by the side, and he was still having a hard time. If he continued fighting, he would most likely not win. "You're very strong, too." Han Xiao smiled. "You should try to break through. You might be able to take me down in one fell swoop." Desoro's face darkened. He wanted to say, "Do you have any shame?" But after thinking about it, he decided not to say it. Black Star's indestructible body was famous throughout the star field. Who did not know that the physical body was Black Star's strength? He was not a native who had lost his internet connection. Only a fool would try to break through Black Star's face. This was also one of the reasons why Desoro admitted defeat. He could not see any chance of turning the situation around. "Luckily, I didn't clash with him." Desoro could not help but feel lucky that he was rational enough to give up on the idea of using force. The way he saw it, even the top 3 disciples of Austin would find it difficult to defeat Han Xiao. He would only be beaten to the ground by Black Star. As expected of a beyond grade A seed, Desoro was convinced. There was indeed a huge gap between him and a beyond grade A seed. Han Xiao gave Desoro a few words of encouragement. As the victor, he had the right to speak with such an attitude. Desoro did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. A calamity grade was not a sore loser. The loss of the battle only made him feel depressed for a while, but he soon forgot about it. However, he put away his sense of superiority as a beyond grade subordinate and respected Han Xiao even more. "You have received 6 trial points. Current progress, 6/50ths. After chatting for a while, a notification popped up on the interface. Han Xiao was refreshed, and he nodded. "He's indeed 20 levels higher than me." The standard for winning a spar is for the opponent to admit defeat. One person can only do it once. There are 3 people left. Han Xiaoxin was overjoyed. He turned around to find Lagi and the other 2 and challenged them to a battle. Since they were being challenged to a spar, the other 2 forbidden sorcerers would not avoid the battle even if they knew that they could not win. After all, it was just a spar. Desoro felt strange. In his opinion, Han Xiao had defeated him, but he still wanted to deal with his 2 colleagues. This was undoubtedly a show of strength. It seems like although Black Star did not say it, he doesn't want us to take Lagi away. That's why he purposely challenged us to a spar to show his strength and beat us up. Desoro felt that this was the truth and felt depressed. These 2 forbidden sorcerers were not summoners, and their combat strength was similar to Desoro's. One of them majored in psychic spells, and psychic attacks could ignore Han Xiao's health and energy conversion. They could not be absorbed and turned into energy, which caused him some trouble. This was one of his few weaknesses, but Han Xiao did not show it. He had the advanced mental toughness talent, so he was not completely defenseless against psychic attacks. Even if he could not absorb the psychic attacks, his tankiness was still frightening enough, so he did not panic at all. Furthermore, as long as he went all out, he could even fight himself and replenish his energy. There was no need for him to act like a gangster at this time. The spar ended quickly, and this psychic forbidden sorcerer admitted defeat. Lagi was like a walking salted fish. He had only fought for a minute before he admitted defeat. After sparring with all four of them, Han Xiao had a rough comparison of his combat strength. I have two trump cards now. One is my tankiness, and the other is the army style. As long as it's not a peak grade A+ whose energy rank is only one step away from a beyond grade A, I can maintain a 50% chance of winning. When surrounded by many people, I can probably pose a threat to 3 calamity grades at the same time. If it's just stalling the enemy and ignoring the fact that the enemy has the initiative, I should be able to stall 6 to 7 people of the enemies that can threaten me. The psychic type is 1. The second is the virtual mechanic, and the third is the army-style mechanic who also has psionic energy. The same strategy will turn into a war of attrition, but my tankiness is a huge advantage. The fourth is those espers with strange abilities. After summarizing in his mind, Han Xiao did not stay in a daze and continued chatting with Desoro and the others. The spar was over, and Desoro expressed his intention to leave. This time, Han Xiao did not stop him. Austin is a good person. Although I was chased away by him, I still have feelings for him. He won't make things difficult for me. Black Star, I'll definitely come back when the time comes. Before leaving, Lagi was serious for once and made a promise. Okay. Han Xiao smiled. When you come back, you'll be my vice captain. Lagi had only joined the Black Star Corps not long ago and was still in the probation period. He was only a high-level fighter and had not taken on a position yet. With his ability, he was undoubtedly qualified to take on the position of vice captain. No one would have an opinion about a grade A+ super becoming the vice captain. Furthermore, he had an amazing resume. Although he was a little lazy, he was indeed a talent. Since the Black Star Corps had developed to this point, they indeed needed a second expert who could hold the fort. Lagi was stunned and hesitated. Does that mean I have more work to do? I'll give you a nominal position. Is that enough? Only then did Lagi smile again. He was like a lazy fish that was grinning, making Han Xiao feel very annoyed. Your Excellency Black Star will be leaving then. Desoro and the other two nodded and walked toward the spaceship with Lagi. Han Xiao thought about it and threw an observer's mark on Lagi. His promotion was imminent, and his racial talents would change. Currently, the observer's mark was used less and less. Although Austin could see through the observer's mark, that was not a problem. He was not really doing it to peek at Austin. How could old AO, who looked like a kid, be better looking than Ames? He did not stop Lagi from going back and put an observer's mark on him to show his attitude to Austin. Austin was different from Tyrant. He did not have any conflicts with Austin, and their relationship was not bad. He seemed to think highly of Austin. The spaceship took off and left. After watching Desoro and the others leave, Han Xiao looked at the interface. At this time, the progress of the promotion mission was almost half completed. Nice, very efficient. 26 points left. If I challenge someone 20 levels above me, it'll only take 5 people. If I'm at the same level, I'll need at least 7 people. You have triggered the 3rd round of the Prey mission. Chapter 656. Round 3. New Hunter. Mission Introduction. You have defeated the first batch of hunters and uncovered the tip of the iceberg. Now, a new group of hunters has arrived. They are even stronger and more dangerous. They are hiding in the shadows and watching you, ready to make a move. Mission requirements. Resolve the attack of the new hunter team. Did the mastermind behind Albert's group send a new team to hunt again? Han Zhao's expression froze. The high amount of experience reward indicated the difficulty of the 3rd round. The mission introduction was very ambiguous. He only knew that there was a strong enemy of unknown strength eyeing him in the dark, but he knew nothing about the enemy's plan. This was like a ticking time bomb that would explode at any time. The only good news was that at least a mission notification on the interface gave him a warning and let him know of the existence of such a bomb. According to the previous clues, the mastermind behind the hunters, should be an ancient from another star field. They still haven't given up, and the team they sent this time will definitely not be weaker than Albert's team. TSK. This is going to be difficult. Han Xiao felt that it was quite troublesome. Another strong enemy appearing at the crucial moment of the secret war was not a good thing. Thinking about it, he felt that the most important thing now was to take the initiative to find traces of the enemy. Once the enemy appeared, it meant that they had enough confidence to deal with him. It would have been fine if he did not know who the enemy was, but the mission notification gave him a warning. Han Xiao was used to planning ahead. Since the third round has appeared, it means that the new hunter squad has already taken me as their target. There are only a few possibilities to deal with me. The first is a surprise attack. The second is a trap. The third is a reckless attack. And the fourth is to take advantage of the situation. Han Xiao frowned. He had almost no clues and could not make a judgment. Who knew where the enemy would suddenly appear? Looks like I can only rely on some metaphysics. After boarding the spaceship and setting the destination, the blacklight stealth took off and disappeared in a stream of light. Only the devastated land was left, proving that someone had been to this planet. A few days later, on floating Dragon Island, the spaceship landed at the dock. Han Xiao ignored the fear in the eyes of the space pirates and went straight to old man Aesop's house. In the past, Aesop did not rely on the oars but on the waves. Perhaps because he was old, his fatherly love exploded, and the prodigal son turned over a new leaf. He actually stayed on floating Dragon Island peacefully, and it was very easy to find him. You're saying that a new group of hunters has appeared, and they're preparing to deal with you? In the room, Aesop was wearing gaudy pajamas and a crooked nightcap. He yawned and rubbed his eyes, expressing his doubts about the information that Han Xiao had told him. He was sleeping for his old age, but he was woken up by Han Xiao's series of calls. That's right. Han Xiao nodded. So you came to me because you want me to predict what the enemy will do. Aesop stroked his beard and narrowed his eyes. Yes, the enemy is hiding in the dark. I need your help. Aesop suddenly sized up Han Xiao and changed the topic. I heard that you recently became a beyond grade A seed. Han Xiao was stunned. He did not know why Aesop suddenly brought this up, but he could only nod. This is something I did not expect. Aesop smacked his lips. But don't believe in this too much. It's not that easy to become a beyond grade A. This is not just an increase in strength, but also a sublimation of life form. Every beyond grade A is actually a new species. Aesop had interacted with many beyond grade as before, so he did not mind sharing some of his experiences with Han Xiao. Han Xiao listened patiently. Although he had the interface, listening to the experience would only bring him benefits. As the saying went, having an old person at home was like having a treasure. After saying a few words, Aesop suddenly shook his head. If you really bet on a 1 in 10,000 chance of becoming a beyond grade, the ancient ones behind the hunters will immediately stop hunting you down. The secret war that has been causing a commotion recently will also end because of you alone. With a new beyond grade A in the Shattered Star Ring, you will immediately be able to sit at the table of the highest level. Those star cluster civilizations will take the initiative to share the cake with you. As long as you express your intention, you will easily obtain a huge foundation, and all the problems that have been troubling you will be solved. Aesop paused and sighed. If such a day really comes, you will definitely leave Floating Dragon. A beyond grade A will never be the subordinate of another beyond grade A. Han Xiao thought about it, but did not reply. Indeed, if he really became a beyond grade A, he would definitely establish his own organization. From the very beginning, Floating Dragon had been his short-term backer and springboard. He had helped Floating Dragon a lot, and it could be said that he had worked hard. Even if he left Floating Dragon, he would not become enemies with Ames. Ames might not be happy, but Ginny would definitely want him to leave as soon as possible so that he could go and cause trouble for others. Aesop rubbed his forehead and helplessly said, "Old people like to nag. Let's get back to the topic. Your clues are insufficient, and I can't guarantee the accuracy of the prophecy. It can only be used as a reference. Think about it yourself." As he said that, Aesop closed his eyes and began to predict. Not long after, the old man opened his eyes. Seeing that Han Shao was still patiently waiting, Aesop said, I only saw a blurry image. A huge shadow covered you. You ran left and right, but no matter what, you couldn't escape from the shadow. In the end, the darkness swallowed you completely. Han Shao frowned. What does this mean? What I saw might not be the actual reality. It might just be a symbol. Aesop started to interpret the dream without hesitation. I feel that the meaning of this prophecy should be that the mastermind behind this will always chase after you, and you won't be able to escape from him. In short, it means that it's very dangerous. That's it? Han Zhao's mouth twitched. You're just messing with me, right? As I said, there are too few clues. The prophecy is very vague, and it might not be right. Aesop shrugged. If I was omniscient and omnipotent, would you still be able to catch me back then? Han Shao was speechless. You didn't say anything. Why do I feel that the Destiny's Child character summon card is more useful than you? If it wasn't for the fact that I only have one use left, I would have used it long ago. Old Aesop, you're unreliable. Aesop dropped the ball here, so Han Shao turned to look for Ames. Since he was already here, he naturally had to meet her. Ames was the only one in the palace, and she was very happy to see Han Shao. After chatting for a while, Han Shao did not see Hela and Aurora, so he could not help but ask about them. He learned that Hela had somehow been stimulated and had been training with Aurora during this period of time. Han Shao did not inform anyone of his return this time, and he did not intend to disturb Hela and Aurora. He chatted with Ames for a while and asked for her help. His intuition told him that the third round of the mission would be very dangerous. If he could ask Ames for help, he would be at ease. Unexpectedly, Ames smiled faintly. With an elegant and noble temperament, she gently opened her red lips and rejected him. Blackstar, I can't do it this time. I have other things to do. Furthermore, you can't always ask for my help. This might be a crisis, but you have the potential to become a beyond grade A super. If you really want to become a beyond grade A super, you have to rely on yourself to overcome the difficulties. Through the recent rumors, Ames saw the possibility of Han Shao becoming a beyond grade A super. She decided to help Han Shao less. In her opinion, crises were nutrients. Only by experiencing crises would the seeds sprout and finally break through the soil. When Aesop had trained her, he had used a hawkish education to let her grow up and become independent. Ames had followed this method and had the same requirements for Hela and Aurora. However, the two sisters had not reached the standard to go out on adventures. As for Han Shao, Ames had a lot of trust in his strength. She felt that overprotecting Blackstar was not a good thing. It would reduce Blackstar's chances to train himself. She really wanted to see Blackstar become stronger, and she would be happy for him. Han Shao was helpless. Ames was the leader of the faction after all, and she would not be willing to help him every time. Furthermore, the enemy had not even appeared this time. Asking for Ames' help was just to save trouble. If the Dragon Emperor did not help, he would have to think of a way himself. Over the years, he had encountered countless dangers. It was impossible for him to back down, not in this lifetime. After bidding farewell to Ames, Han Shao left Floating Dragon on a ship. He came and left in a hurry. This time, he did not obtain enough rewards on his return to Floating Dragon, so he was a little disappointed. He was still the most reliable after all. However, as his strength and organization improved, the level of the battle became higher and higher. Floating Dragon was no longer of as much help to him as before. In the cockpit, Han Shao drove the spaceship while thinking of a plan. Ames won't help, and Aesop is also a trap. I have to complete my promotion as soon as possible. Every bit of strength counts. After thinking for a while, Han Shao took out his communicator and was about to contact his friends to spar with. Beep beep. His communicator suddenly vibrated. Bennett had suddenly sent him a message. Han Shao was shocked. He browsed through it, and his face immediately darkened. It was not good news. Ever since Bennett had built Blackstar City, they had not contacted each other for quite some time. If there was nothing urgent, Bennett would not disturb him. Han Shao had always placed great importance on this novice planet. Although most of the old players had joined the army, there would be an endless stream of new players in the future. He was very sensitive at this juncture, and he could not help but linked the sudden situation of Blue Star to the third round of the prey mission. Han Xiao frowned and became alert. There must be a trap. One day earlier, Blue Star. In the government building of Black Star City, Bennett finished reviewing the backlog of documents and heaved a sigh of relief. He put down his pen and rubbed his temples to relieve the fatigue in his eyes. Sigh, being the leader of a country is even more tiring than fighting a war. Bennett sighed, picked up the hot tea beside him, blew on it, and sipped it. As the hot tea entered his throat, his stomach felt warm, and his mental fatigue slowly disappeared. His tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and he let out a sigh of relief. He turned his chair around and faced the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking down at the city scenery outside. Trains were moving along the tracks, and pedestrians were weaving together on the streets, chatting and laughing. A harmonious and lively scene was reflected in Bennett's eyes, and he couldn't help but reveal a gratified smile. Seeing the people living a stable life, Bennett felt that everything was worth it. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, the internal line phone on the table rang urgently, as if urging someone to hurry him up. There really isn't any time to rest at all. Bennett had no choice but to pick up the phone. Your Excellency, it's not good. The person on the other side of the phone was a high-ranking official under Bennett. His tone was stuttering, and his voice was sharp. Bennett could hear the panic in the other party's voice even through the phone. He only felt his eardrums hurt, and he moved the phone away from his ear. Why are you shouting? What happened? Bennett was confused. Six nations declared war on us at the same time. Bennett suddenly froze, and his eyes widened. With a look of disbelief, he suddenly stood up. Have they all gone crazy? Clang. Chapter 657. The Six Nations had declared war without any warning, as though they wanted to eliminate the seventh nation that Bennett had built. Bennett had spent an entire day trying to verify this, using his private line to contact the leaders of the Six Nations dozens of times, but all of them had been rejected. He had no idea why the Six Nations had suddenly gone crazy, and he could not handle such a huge matter alone. In the end, he had informed Han Xiao. If the third round of the mission had not appeared, Han Xiao felt that he would have most likely thought that the Six Nations had grown stronger and obtained the technology brought by the Galactic Financial Group, causing their confidence to swell, and they wanted to take back their power. However, this possibility was very slim. The Six Nations were not idiots. The more they came into contact with the galaxy, the more they would realize how insignificant they were. The gap between them could be seen, and it was very difficult for the Six Nations to be arrogant. The Galactic Financial Group had only invested in Blue Star because of his and Floating Dragon's name. He was the one who had single-handedly led the rapid development of Blue Star. In Han Zhao's understanding, the Six Nations should have known very well that they were hugging his thigh, and declaring war on him was equivalent to digging their own graves. Now, the Six Nations had collectively lost their minds. This was completely illogical. There must be a reason for this abnormality. I can basically confirm that there is another force behind this, most likely a new batch of hunters. Han Xiao frowned slightly. This group of people is even more difficult to deal with. They actually attacked Blue Star to lure me back? If he had not received the warning, he would definitely have been shocked once he learned that the Six Nations had betrayed him. He would also have felt that something was amiss, but he would not have been as vigilant as he was now. He would definitely have gone back to investigate the reason. The Six Nations were just bait, and the real enemy was hiding in the dark. The enemy had the strength to directly destroy Blue Star, but this was meaningless to the enemy. The moment they showed themselves, Han Xiao would be vigilant, and the enemy's real target would be him. If they destroyed Blue Star, it would be equivalent to destroying the few weaknesses that Black Star had left. The enemy had chosen to use this as a trap and secretly set up an ambush in Blue Star, waiting for Han Xiao, the prey, to fall into the trap. Thankfully, the mission reminded me. Han Xiao secretly let out a sigh of relief. He had to admit that the enemies this time were more cunning than the previous batch. If he hadn't been vigilant, this trap would have very likely fallen into his trap. At that time, he would be in a very passive position. Therefore, this is my current advantage. The enemy thinks that I am defenseless, but in reality, I already know of their existence. Originally, the enemy is in the dark while I am in the light, but now the enemy is in the light while I am in the dark. Han Xiao pondered. He did not know how the hunters had instigated the Six Nations to rebel. In fact, it was an overt plot. Blue Star was of great strategic importance. It was a huge leak breeding base. He could not sit back and watch the enemy disrupt the situation that he had worked so hard to build. Therefore, it was impossible for him not to return. He had to deal with the Six Nations. The enemy had taken advantage of this when they attacked Blue Star. Hiding from the enemy will only increase the losses. Only by facing them head-on will I be able to deal with them. Thankfully, I have the advantage and have time to think of a way to break the enemy's trap. The enemy's strength is a mystery, but there should be no less than 6 Calamity-grade supers. It will be difficult for me to deal with them alone. I have to find some helpers. Han Xiao stroked his chin and felt a little troubled. The Dragon Emperor had said that she would not help, and Section 0 was at war. Their allies were too far away. After thinking about it, it seemed like the only ally that could help was Ghidorah. The Amethyst civilization might be able to help. Han Xiao hesitated. Purple Crystal naturally had quite a few Calamity-grade supers. As an official super, they did not participate in the secret war. However, Han Xiao was not sure if Purple Crystal would help him. They might not be interested in this and only care about the war. Let's give it a try first. It's free anyway. Han Xiao calmed himself down and took out his communicator. He would definitely find help. Unless there was no one to support him, he would not return alone. This was the last resort. Being able to build relationships was also a form of strength. At the front lines of the Secret War, the Bloodshed Lands troops had arrived at the West Wind, Chida, and Kaya star systems and started to expand once again. The troops of Section 0 were having a hard time and could only engage in guerrilla warfare. At the back, battleship factories were working 24/7 to maintain the main battleships and send them to the front lines to strengthen the fleet. The situation of the war was very passive, and countless problems were created every day. Logistics, reinforcements, counterattack routes, battle strategies, and many other matters made Ralph extremely troubled. This was especially so for the high-level combatants. After all sorts of brainstorming and promises of benefits, the high-level combatants of Section 0 no longer avoided battle. However, they were still unwilling to use their full strength, reserving 70% of their strength for self-protection and 30% for the enemy. In terms of high-level combatants, Section 0 was still in a state of complete defeat. They were being slaughtered by the bunch of war maniacs for Bloodshed Land, and Ralph missed the reliable Black Star every day. Although Black Star alone was unable to change the overall situation, only Black Star would give it his all. Ralph was dealing with matters when his communicator suddenly received a communication request from Black Star. His tired mind suddenly perked up. "Black Star, you finally contacted me. Is your leave over? Quickly return to the battlefield. We need you." As soon as he picked up the call, Ralph spoke impatiently. Han Xiao coughed and said, "I'm sorry, but I can't return for the time being. There's an internal conflict in my hometown, Blue Star. Someone wants to overthrow my representative, so I have to return to deal with it." Ralph was instantly disappointed. "You called just to inform me?" No. I'm here to seek help from the Amethyst civilization." Ralph was confused. "Is there a need for that? It's just an internal conflict of a surface civilization. Can't you handle it yourself?" There's something fishy about this matter. Han Xiao did not hide anything and directly revealed the existence of a new batch of hunters. He concealed the source of the information and changed some details. Currently, only Han Xiao, Aesop, and a few others knew that the real owners of the hunters were the Ancient Ones. When they eliminated Albert and the others previously, Han Xiao did not stop Albert from blaming Clint. Many organizations in the Shattered Star Ring thought that Clint was the mastermind behind this, and Purple Crystal was no exception. Han Xiao was hinting that Clint had sent out hunters to deal with him. After Ralph heard this, he connected the dots and almost instantly figured out Clint's motive. Black Star defeated 8 Vanguard officials and displayed the potential of a beyond grade A super. Clint is preparing for a rainy day. Even if there's only a 1 in a billion chance, they can't let a new beyond grade A appear in the Colton star cluster and not give Purple Crystal a chance to invest. Therefore, they ordered a group of strong individuals to secretly sneak into the Garten star system to eliminate Black Star, the beyond grade A seed, so as to reduce the number of variables in the secret war. Ralph was shocked. He felt that he had seen through the truth. The Clint Kingdom's motive was too logical. He could not find any fault with his guess. If it were Purple Crystal, they would also choose to assassinate the potential star of the enemy and not give him a chance to grow. Ralph's expression became serious, and he said with a deep voice, "I understand now. There's a deeper reason behind this. Black Star, we have high hopes for you. We won't let Clint threaten you so easily. I'll report your request immediately. The higher-ups will probably send some official high-level combatants to help you." Han Xiao was overjoyed. This matter was much smoother than he had expected. Ralph was not so easy to fool. However, what he did not know was that the upper echelons of the Amethyst civilization had already held a private meeting and decided to invest heavily in him, a beyond grade A seed. Han Xiao still thought that his position was still an ordinary member of Section 0. In fact, as long as his request was not too much, the Amethyst civilization would be willing to help him. In fact, the more they helped, the better. This was their attitude of roping him in. "By the way, to be safe, I'm going to ask Ghidorah's people to help me," Han Xiao added. "Ghidorah is the ruler of the Garten star system, right? I remember that they're your ally. All right, they're also a civilization under our jurisdiction. Do you need me to inform them?" "That's great." Han Xiaoxin was surprised. Why are the people of Purple Crystal so easy to talk to? After hanging up, Han Xiao contacted Ghidorah again. Ghidorah was already his old ally, and Serbia the Fifth agreed without hesitation. If Black Star had only asked for their help, Ghidorah's people might have hesitated for a while. However, since Purple Crystal had already confirmed their involvement in this matter, Ghidorah's people had nothing to be afraid of. In fact, they could not wait to agree. In the eyes of Ghidorah's people, Black Star was giving them a chance to build a relationship with a star cluster civilization, connecting the two parties and deepening their relationship. The specific strategy would have to be discussed at length. Han Xiao chose an uninhabited asteroid near Blue Star as the rendezvous point. He then activated a spaceship and rushed toward the rendezvous point. PS1, discussing matters at night. Shorter for today. Chapter 658. In a gloomy cell, a man with his hands and feet bound by electromagnetic cuffs sat cross-legged on the floor. The faint light that leaked in through the bars illuminated his furious face. The outside world must be in chaos. "I can't stay here." The man's voice was hoarse and filled with deep worry. If Han Xiao was here, he would be able to recognize that this was an old friend. This imprisoned man was his boss from 7 to 8 years ago, the former director of Star Dragon's Strategic Homeland Defense Bureau, Gu Hui. He had survived the mutation disaster, and in the 3 years that Blue Star had been developing rapidly, he had already stepped down from his position as the director of Division 13 and been promoted to a high-ranking official in the government. However, just a few days ago, he had been stripped of his position and locked in a cell. Gu Hui took a deep breath, and the scene from a few days ago seemed to replay before his eyes. He had been invited to a high-level meeting, and in the meeting, the country's leader had proposed a decision that shocked everyone. He actually wanted to ally with the other 6 countries and declare war on Black Star City. No matter how strongly the majority of the officials present objected, the proposal was not rescinded. The leader's attitude was extremely firm, and a few deputy leaders actually did not object. Because both sides were in a deadlock, the meeting ended without a conclusion. However, before Gu Hui could react, an hour after the meeting ended, he was secretly arrested and thrown into prison. I'm definitely not the only one who was arrested. All the officials who objected must have been locked up. The upper echelons are determined to declare war. This is simply a dictatorship. Gu Hui still could not understand the reason. He could be considered to be familiar with the country's leader, and this kind of arbitrary and extreme method was simply like a completely different person. Now that Black Star was the protector of Blue Star, they actually wanted to go against their own protector? Wasn't this crazy? Gui had been locked up for a few days, and he was very worried about the changes in the outside world. Since all the people who objected had been arrested, the leader had no more resistance. He did not dare to imagine what the consequences of declaring war would be. He could only pray that the military would have a mind of their own and not foolishly carry out the order. Even if they rebelled, they would not carry out such a stupid decision that would implicate the entire country. This is an act of ingratitude. It will definitely incur Black Star's revenge. Gui did not dare to imagine Black Star's reaction. That person was no longer the weak Black Phantom from back then. He alone could suppress the entire Blue Star. Those 6 countries have already declared war on Black Star's forces. This planet is his backyard. He must have received news of the civil strife. In a certain city of the 6 nations, Stephanie and the others walked on the crowded street, coldly observing the chaos on the street. Just a few days ago, this city was still a scene of harmony and stability. At this time, a huge crowd was demonstrating, angry and agitated, strongly protesting against the government's declaration of war against Black Star. The military forces cooperated with the police to maintain law and order. Angry roars, shouts, and cries of pain were endless. The chaotic sound of footsteps was like beans being fried, causing the ground to tremble. There were also people holding Molotov cocktails and throwing them at various buildings. Flames blazed and heat waves rolled as they wrestled with the police. There was chaos everywhere. This scene was happening in various cities of the 6 nations at the same time. Stephanie looked at the chaos in front of her and smiled with satisfaction. Very good. Black Star will definitely come back to investigate, but he won't know that we're the ones behind this civil strife. He won't know that we're watching him, so he won't be too cautious. We'll hide in the dark and wait for the right opportunity. Then, we can give him a surprise. As they spoke, the group turned and left. With a flash of light, the 9 of them disappeared without a trace. There were a total of 10 members in this team, but only 9 of them had shown up. 10 days later, a stream of light approached the uninhabited planet. This was the gathering point that Han Xiao had set not far from Blue Star. The blacklight stealth flew a small circle around the planet and received a signal from the ground. He came to the location of the signal. Purple Crystal and Ghidorah's helpers had arrived before him and had been waiting for Han Xiao's arrival. The spaceship landed, and Han Xiao walked out of the hatch. A few helpers came forward to welcome him. There were a total of 6 of them. "Hello, Black Star. I'm a helper who will be assisting you this time. You can call me Wilton, a Calamity-grade Purple Crystal combatant. These are my 2 teammates." Wilton seemed to be the leader of the group. Han Xiao nodded and shook hands with the 6 of them. All 6 of them were Calamity-grade supers. Purple Crystal and Ghidorah had sent 3 each, and the leader of Ghidorah's team was someone he was familiar with, Nagajan. Even in star cluster civilizations, Calamity-grade supers were rare high-level combatants. For Purple Crystal to send 3 of them to assist him, it could be said that they were very sincere. The upper echelons have given orders. You're the commander this time and have full authority to command us. Speak, what do you want us to do? Wilton was expressionless. Han Xiao sharply noticed Wilton's impatient attitude. He thought for a moment and had a guess. Wilton was a high-level combatant of a star cluster civilization, so he should have a sense of superiority and was rather prideful. At this time, he had no choice but to listen to the orders of an unofficial super of the same level. Although he would not go against the orders of the upper echelons, he was probably not too willing. Han Xiao did not mind. He did not need others to listen to him wholeheartedly. As long as they obeyed his orders, it would be enough. I suspect that the internal strife in Blue Star is a conspiracy, and there's a mastermind behind it. Their goal might be to assassinate me. Han Xiao repeated what he had said to Ralph. What do you want us to do? Wilton asked. Han Xiao thought for a moment and said, since the enemy used internal strife to attract my attention, there's an 80% chance that they're hiding in the dark and waiting for me to appear. Let's not alert them. Let me go back alone first and act as bait. You guys wait for orders near Blue Star. When the enemy appears, you guys can come and support me. Okay. Wilton did not have any objections. Although he did not like Black Star, this did not include Han Zhao's physical body. This was a strong body that could withstand the attacks of the 8 Vanguard officials. He would definitely be able to last until they came to support him. After discussing for a while, Han Zhao decided on a plan. The enemy had set a trap for him, and he could also use the same method to lure the enemy out. This was a battle between waiting for the enemy to appear and waiting for the enemy to appear. After deciding on the strategy, Han Zhao looked at the few of them. Suddenly, he had an idea and said, I have a small request. I hope to spar with all of you one by one to test your combat strength. Only then will I have an idea of the overall strength of our team. There were 6 Calamity grade supers gathered there, and it was a good opportunity to earn trial points. At this time, the progress of the promotion mission was that if these 6 teammates were strong enough, they might be able to complete the promotion there. Wilton frowned. There was nothing wrong with Han Zhao's request, but it was too direct. It was as if he was doubting their strength, which made him feel like he was being looked down on. Wilton was expressionless, but he could not help but feel a little angry. However, he did not have the childish idea of competing with Han Zhao in a spar. To him, the mission was the priority. He suppressed his anger and sparred with Han Zhao. This time, it was much simpler than the few battles with the forbidden sorcerers. The two of them did not go all out and did not go overboard. Han Zhao took turns to spar with the 6 teammates. The process was very smooth and did not waste much time. Everyone listened to him for the time being and did not have any objections. Among the 6 Calamity grade helpers, only Wilton was 20 levels higher than him, allowing him to obtain 6 trial points. 4 of them were within 20 levels of him. Han Zhao found an excuse to spar with them twice, and each of them obtained 4 trial points. The 4 of them had a total of 16 trial points. That was a total of 22 trial points. The progress of the promotion mission increased tremendously, and he was only 4 trial points away. Unfortunately, there was a Ghidorah Calamity grade who was 3 levels lower than him, so he did not obtain any trial points. I'm only 4 points away. I still need an opponent of the same level. Han Zhao hesitated. He wanted to find another person to spar with and complete his promotion before returning to the Blue Star. However, finding a new opponent would take a few more days. Bennett had been reporting to him every day for the past few days, and the situation was deteriorating very quickly. He kept urging him to return, and Han Zhao did not want to delay any longer. Furthermore, once he completed his promotion, he would undergo race evolution, and the observer's mark talent would very likely disappear. This was a very useful special skill that could be used to deal with this group of elusive hunters. After thinking about it, Han Zhao made a decision. The enemy is ambushing me and will fight me sooner or later. Now that I have a helper, the enemy won't be able to succeed so easily. When the time comes, it won't be too late to complete the promotion mission. It's better to keep the Chaos Observer talent first. It might come in handy in the future. After sorting out his thoughts, Han Zhao kept Philip's subroutine in case the enemy had a way to cut off communication. Philip could call for backup on his behalf. After making sufficient preparations, Han Zhao did not stay any longer. He boarded the spaceship and headed to the Blue Star. On the helipad of the central base of Black Star City, the mercenary officers and some of the officials under Bennett had received the notice and were waiting for Black Star to return. They all had different expressions as they whispered to each other. Bennett paced back and forth in front of the crowd, looking up at the sky from time to time. He looked rather anxious. Who? The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as it gradually approached. Everyone hurriedly looked up at the sky and saw Black Star's signature spaceship slowly descending. Everyone was energized and heaved a sigh of relief, as though they had found their backbone. The Blacklight stealth came to a stop, and Han Zhao stepped onto the Blue Star once again. He saw Bennett and the others immediately and walked over. You're finally back. Bennett's shoulders relaxed as though a heavy burden had been lifted. He had been under a lot of pressure recently, But now that Black Star was back, he was instantly relieved of all pressure. Even if the sky fell, there was someone tall to hold it up. Black Star was the guardian of the entire Blue Star, and he was able to deal with everything with ease. Han Xiao nodded and walked into the base with large strides. Bennett and the others followed beside him. What's the situation like now? The Six Nations have publicly declared war. Regardless of whether it's their citizens or our citizens, everyone is in a state of panic. The informants I planted in the Six Nations told me that the Six Nations have already started preparing to launch a missile attack on Black Star City. I didn't even dare close the protective shield for the past few days, fearing that the Six Nations would suddenly launch an attack. They've gone mad, and I can't use logic to judge their actions at all. Bennett's tone was hurried. Han Xiao curled his lips. Could it be that all the officials of the Six Nations agreed to the declaration of war? I don't believe that everyone has gone mad. Do you have any information on this? Bennett's tone was heavy. You're right. The Six Nations' decision to declare war was extremely sudden, and it was said that many officials did not know about it beforehand. Many people opposed it, but in just a few hours, all the officials who opposed it were arrested. The Six Nations are basically dictating. Collective dictatorship? That's new. Han Xiao pretended to be curious and asked, Have you spoken to the leaders of the Six Nations? No, they've refused to talk to me. I have no idea what they're trying to achieve by doing this. Bennett was helpless. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Then I'll have to personally visit them and talk to them about life. At the same time, he wanted to see what these hunters had done to the Six Nations to make them collectively lose their minds. Bennett's face was filled with worry. The Six Nations have already broken off relations with us. They won't allow you to get close. You have to be careful. They might launch a missile at you. Then let them try. Han Xiao's tone was cold. I've had enough of the internal friction. Civilization has been divided for too long. It's time to unite. Since I'm going to act as bait, I have to act more realistically. Han Xiao curled his lips inwardly and secretly glanced at the officials behind him. Chapter 659. Since the enemy's target was him, Han Xiao felt that the other party should have measures to confirm his return. The most likely method was to plant spies in Black Star City. The people of Blue Star would not be able to discover any traces of the enemy. With the ability of a calamity grade, toying with a surface civilization was as simple as eating and drinking. Of course, the prerequisite was that the surface civilization did not study psionic energy. With the financial support of the galactic financial groups, Blue Star was developing toward the galactic era. In a few years, they might be able to build a stable galactic travel vehicle and colonize other uninhabited planets. However, for now, Blue Star was still considered a surface civilization. In a vast universe where there were many organizations, they were just a small fry and did not have much resistance against the calamity grade. The officials who came to welcome him all had green names and did not have any red names that represented the enemy. However, Han Xiao would not completely rely on the identification function of the interface. In his previous life, there were some special abilities that could ignore the identification of hostility. His observer's mark could be considered one of those abilities. Han Xiao's expression was normal, but he remained vigilant. From now on, the enemy could attack at any time. After chatting for a while, Han Xiao obtained the general information from Bennett. He smiled and said, I already understand the situation. There's no need to give the Six Nations time to prepare. I'll go and have a chat with them now. Then, without waiting for a reply, moving mechanical parts covered his entire body in the blink of an eye, forming the Mountain Ape mechanical suit. A blue flame spurted out from its back, and Han Xiao took off from the tarmac, breaking through the sound barrier. He turned into a small black dot and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Bennett's expression relaxed. With Black Star as his pillar of support, he felt much more at ease. Traveling within the planet's atmosphere with the efficiency of the galactic engine, the wilderness, mountains, and other sceneries receded rapidly below him. Han Xiao left behind a dark blue trajectory across the sky, with the planet as the axis. Even in broad daylight, it was very eye-catching. Wherever he passed, many residents on the surface looked up and saw this blue trajectory that did not disappear for a long time. Not long after, Han Shao passed through the clouds and stopped in the sky above the capital of Star Dragon. Looking at the familiar layout of the city, Han Shao was slightly absent-minded. Scenes flashed through his mind as if it was just yesterday. Unknowingly, almost 10 years had passed. This was the city where he had made his fortune. After thinking about it, Han Shao did not hide his whereabouts and swaggered into the city streets. Not far away, there was a group of people demonstrating. When they saw Black Star, their faces were filled with fanaticism. Not only were they not afraid, they even cheered for Han Shao. "Wife, look, it's Black Star." "Great, please stop our government." "Black Star, those officials don't represent us. We all support you. No one wants to be your enemy." The crowd was in an uproar as they squeezed over. Everyone was talking at once, and it was extremely chaotic. However, Han Shao still understood what these commoners meant. Because he had resolved the mutation disaster, Han Zhao's reputation in Blue Star far exceeded that of the Six Nations. He was an existence akin to a great man, and every Blue Star citizen worshipped him. I guess I could be considered to have won the hearts of the people. Han Shao felt weird. It was not uncomfortable, but he did not enjoy the feeling of being loved by the people. After all, his goal this time was not only to resolve the traps set by the hunters, but also to destroy the Six Nations government and unify the Blue Star civilization. However, with my reputation being so high, things will be much easier. Han Shao nodded to himself. Without greeting him, he left in a flash. After flying over half of the city, Han Shao landed in an alley. It would have been fine if he had not returned, but since he was back, Han Shao went to take a look at the machinery repair shop that he had once worked in. During the mutation disaster, the city was in chaos. For safety, many people had chosen to leave the city and wander around. Lu Qian had also disappeared without a trace and could not be contacted. This shop had long been closed, and there were traces of destruction everywhere. Now that 3 years had passed, this repair shop had become even more dilapidated, and no one had returned. Han Shao shook his head. With Old Man Lu's protection, Lu Qian should not have died in the mutation disaster. She might have already settled down in another city and would not return. Since she did not come to find him, there was no need for him to disturb her. After taking a look at the old place, Han Shao moved again and flew toward the Dragon Horn building where the Star Dragon government was located. He wanted to meet the leader of Star Dragon personally. The Dragon Horn building was extremely eye-catching, and Han Shao quickly arrived at his destination. He hovered in midair and looked down with a playful expression. The ground around the building cracked open, revealing tunnels that led deep into the ground. An armored army appeared from within, and all sorts of guns and cannons were aimed at Han Shao. The underground of the Dragon Horn building was a military base. When Han Shao first appeared in the crowd, the Star Dragon military had already received the news. Because Han Shao had appeared too suddenly, Star Dragon did not have the time to fire any missiles and could only respond hastily. Han Zhao's strength had long entered the galactic level, and the armored army on the ground was not even enough to scratch his itch. These high-quality firearms were already crude equipment in his eyes. Han Shao shook his head, reached out, and grabbed. Forked mechanical force bolts of lightning shot out. Crack! The tanks and cannons on the ground were instantly pulled up by the magnetic force and disintegrated into parts. This army was instantly wiped out by him, and only the helpless soldiers were left on the ground. The welcome ceremony was not warm enough. Han Shao had a helpless expression. He felt like he was bullying a little kid, but the feeling of bullying noobs was indeed not bad. With his current strength, sweeping through the Six Nations would be a piece of cake for him. He felt no pressure at all. Below the Dragon Horn building, the Star Dragon leader had already hidden in the safe house with the help of the army. He only dared to breathe a sigh of relief after closing the thick alloy door. The specially made safe house was like a super safe. It was extremely thick and could not be destroyed by missiles at all. "How's the armored army?" The Star Dragon leader hurriedly asked the military member beside him. "They're all wiped out." Black Star only raised his hand. How can he be so strong? The Star Dragon leader took a deep breath. Before he finished, a loud bang came from the door of the safe house. Boom! With a flash of psionic energy, a hole was blown out in the safe house that was said to be able to withstand missiles. Han Xiao walked straight in. Through the hole, the people in the safe house could see countless soldiers lying on the ground behind Han Xiao, screaming in pain. Han Xiao was not in the mood to engage in a massacre. He casually knocked down the soldiers who came to stop him. He controlled his strength and barely managed to injure them, but not kill them. This was like a normal person trying to kill a mosquito, but asking not to kill it. We meet again. Han Xiao looked at the Star Dragon leader. How did you get in? The Star Dragon leader was shocked. Han Xiao heard this and frowned. He felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, the leaders of the Six Nations should have known his strength very well. How could they suspect that he could not break into the safe house? However, the shock on the Star Dragon leader's face did not seem fake. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and punched the wall of the safe house beside him. Rumble. The entire safe house shook. Everyone in the safe house lost their balance and fell to the ground. They were slightly injured. The interface instantly received a large amount of combat information. Han Xiao immediately opened the interface to take a look. Everyone's level was far lower than his. Their attributes were clearly visible. Memory tampered. This person's memory has been tampered with. His understanding of the world is distorted. Remaining time, 2 days, 13 hours. So that's what happened. Han Xiao finally understood. This was the reason why the Six Nations had betrayed him. This was undoubtedly the work of those hunters. He did not know what kind of memories the enemy had instilled in the leaders of the Six Nations. They seemed to have forgotten his strength. It was no wonder they would resist so childishly and even try to take back power from him and overthrow Bennett's organization. A person's personality was determined by their past experiences. Once their memory was changed, their personality would also be distorted. Some psychics or espers with special techniques could do something similar. There was definitely someone like that among the enemy. This method was ineffective against the strong. The stronger the super, the more resilient their mind would be. However, Blue Star had only been in contact with a super system for a few decades. The strongest super was only grade C. In front of a calamity grade, he was still a weakling that could be easily crushed. The change in memory was rather subtle. Other than supers with psychic abilities, it would be very difficult for the other classes to discover what had been done to these officials. However, this did not include Han Xiao. The enemy probably thought that I was a mechanic and would not be able to discover their methods. Han Xiao chuckled in his mind. Since the enemy had the ability to change memories, there was no point in dealing with these officials. After all, the enemy could change their memories. Han Xiao suddenly had an idea. This ability has to be used at close range, not too far away. These officials only have 2.5 days left. At that time, the enemy in the dark will definitely appear and tamper with their memories again. I will be able to follow the clues and find their location. Han Xiao's brows relaxed. He threw an observer's mark at the Star Dragon leader and acted as if he did not know anything about the memory tampering. He acted as if he was supposed to and threatened the Star Dragon leader to stop his declaration of war. The officials present had forgotten about Han Xiao's strength and were frightened by him. Under Han Xiao's threat, they gave in and gave the order to release all the arrested officials. Han Xiao saw a familiar face, Gu Hui. However, he only glanced at him and did not have any intention of greeting him. Now that the enemy was hiding in the dark, it was not the time to catch up. After making sure that the Star Dragon leader completed the order, Han Xiao turned around and left the Star Dragon capital. The Star Dragon leader and the other officials were in disbelief. It was over just like that. They thought that they were dead for sure. The arrested officials, including Gu Hui, were glad that Han Xiao did not kill them. Such a gentle method was clearly giving them a chance. Because of this wrong decision, Gu Hui and many other officials made up their minds to impeach the current leader. They could not let such a lunatic continue to lead the country. Han Xiao then visited the remaining 5 countries and completed his physical persuasion. His observer's mark only had 5 slots. The mark that he had thrown to Logi earlier had already been extinguished by Austin, and he had completed his mission. With his promotion imminent, Han Shao was not stingy with the slots. He changed all the targets and threw them to the leaders of the 5 countries. He then returned to Black Star City and waited for the harvest of the Observer's Mark. This required patience, just like fishing. What surprised him was that the enemy in the dark did not attack him during this period. He did not know what they were waiting for. Could it be that they were observing him? After all, with Albert as an example, the enemy might be very cautious and was confirming whether he had really fallen into a trap. A few hours later, the 6 nations revoked the declaration of war at the same time. Countless people were overjoyed and celebrated. However, before they could finish celebrating, in just a short day, everyone was stunned by the 6 nations' actions. Just yesterday, the 6 nations had revoked the declaration of war, and today, they directly launched intercontinental missiles at Black Star City. It was as if the compromise the day before was just to gain some time to breathe. Most of the missiles were intercepted in the air. Black Star City's galactic protective shield blocked a small portion of the missiles that escaped, so there were no casualties. However, everyone in Black Star City was furious at the treacherous 6 nations. Even the people of the 6 nations could not believe this. Have our government officials really gone mad? Are they not courting death? Do they really want Black Star to kill us? Are they asking for a beating? Han Shao was not angry at all. For such a situation to occur, it was obvious that the enemy had tampered with the memories of the leaders of the 6 nations again. The political struggles of the surface civilizations were no different from child's play in the eyes of a calamity grade. However, the good thing was that he did not have to wait for 2 days before the Observer's Mark had a harvest. Through spying, an enemy had appeared. These people have finally shown themselves. Han Shao narrowed his eyes. After a day, Gu Hui, who had not had the time to take action, was locked up in a cell again. The second time he was locked up, he was not angry but did not know whether to laugh or cry. What was this? Did the leaders think that national affairs were child's play and that they could do whatever they wanted? Gu Hui naturally did not know that the memories of those upper echelons had been tampered with. He was completely speechless toward these former colleagues of his. Chapter 660. North Continent, capital of Raylan. Zeglin slowly walked through the government building. Wherever he passed, whether it was officials, secretaries, or guards, they all turned a blind eye to him. It was as if he was just air, but if someone was about to bump into him, they would subconsciously avoid him. When he arrived at the door of the leader's office, Zeglin did not stop. He pushed the door open and walked in. The guards outside did not react at all, as if they did not see him. Inside the room, the leader of Raylan was talking to the military through the internal phone. He also ignored Zeglin. Zeglin tapped his forehead, and an invisible psychic energy spread out. It turned into a dozen invisible tentacles and entered the head of the Raylan leader, tampering with his memories. The leader of Raylan suddenly paused. Confusion flashed across his face, and he returned to normal the next second. He continued to talk on the phone. In this short pause, his memories had already been tampered with. Zeglin nodded expressionlessly, turned around, and left the way he came. As he walked, he triggered the psychic mark in his mind and communicated with Stephanie and the others from 1,000 miles away. I checked their previous memories. Black Star's attitude toward them was normal. He used threats and did not know that the memories of these leaders had been tampered with. We can basically confirm that he did not notice anything unusual about this incident. Let's do it as soon as possible. He's not on guard now, but he won't be if we drag this out. Stephanie's chuckle sounded in his mind. Don't forget Albert's lesson. Black Star is even more cautious than the people of Antarctica. It's stupid to let down our guard against him. However, you're right. When he leaves Black Star City next time, we'll go and ambush him. In his own territory, he'll be restrained. When I'm done, I'll meet up with you guys. Zeglin nodded. He then activated his psychic energy and flew toward Theseus, who was also in the North Continent. This was his next target. He was a member of Stephanie's team, a grade A psychic with the ability to tamper with memories. He left the team and acted on his own, planting fake memories in the leaders of the Six Nations one by one, distorting most of their understanding of Black Star and making them think that they were fighters fighting against power. In his eyes, the political struggle of the surface civilization was just the deception of the weak. It was futile and childish, and he could easily play with it. If it were not for the trap that he set for Black Star, he would not have wasted his energy to use the ingenious method of tampering with the memories of a group of surface civilization natives. The North Continent was a world of ice and snow, and there were many mountain ranges. Zeglin quickly left the borders of Raylan and flew over the undulating glaciers. As they flew over a mountain range, Zeglin's heart suddenly tightened as though it was being gripped by a large hand. A mysterious sense of crisis descended upon him as he suddenly raised his head to look at the sky. Mysterious blue starlight seemed to penetrate the clouds, burning in the sky. What? In the blink of an eye, dark blue pillars of light suddenly descended from the sky, accompanied by a world-destroying shockwave. Rumble. The earth cracked, as if a blue spear of lightning and thunder had been thrown by a god from the heavens into the mortal world. The area within hundreds of miles was completely covered by the attack. Other than the blinding blue light, no other colors could be seen. Half of the mountain range was instantly flattened, and terrifying circular craters appeared on the ground like a dozen meteorites hitting a planet at the same time. At the edge of the explosion area, Zeglin barely supported himself to fly in the air. His entire body was covered in burns, and he was shocked. He did not expect to be attacked so suddenly and with such terrifying power. Cough! He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Zeglin felt that his organs were about to shatter. He quickly retreated while looking around anxiously, trying to find traces of the enemy. "Who is it? Come out!" As soon as he said that, a blue meteor flew over at high speed from the horizon, leaving a long trail behind. It broke through the sound barrier in the clouds, stopping not far away and facing Zeglin. "Black Star!" Zeglin's eyes widened, and his face was filled with shock. He did not expect Black Star to suddenly come to him. Han Shao opened his helmet, stared at Zeglin, and snorted coldly. Someone is indeed controlling the Six Nations behind the scenes. Otherwise, they wouldn't be acting so abnormally. "Speak. Why are you targeting Blue Star?" Han Shao pretended that he did not know that Stephanie and the others' target was him, pretending that Zeglin was the biggest mastermind. This was because there were definitely more enemies behind Zeglin. If he took the initiative to attack and disrupt the enemy's deployment, he would be able to take control of the situation. If he did not have the observer's mark, he could only wait for the enemy to attack him. It was too passive, and there might be unrelated casualties. But now, he could choose the battlefield and attack the enemy instead. After confirming Zeglin's appearance, Han Shao locked onto Zeglin's approximate coordinates through the spaceship's radar and used more than 10 psionic sky cannons to bombard this area indiscriminately. There was no need to be restrained in this desolate area. The power of the psionic sky cannons was even greater than the original Eye of God. He did not know that the battlefield that Stephanie and the others had originally chosen was Black Star City. The Observer's Mark had saved Black Star City from the fate of being destroyed and turned it into a battlefield for more than 10 calamity grades. Psychics were even more fragile than mechanics. Seeing how heavily injured Zeglin was, Han Shao knew that he had achieved great results. Zeglin hurriedly used the psychic mark to turn his mind into a server, pulling Stephanie and the others into the group chat to share his vision. *T, I've been discovered. Come and save me. Stephanie was shocked. Black Star is indeed as cautious and observant as the rumors say. But luckily, he only discovered you. Black Star had discovered Zeglin's tracks and attacked directly, disrupting Stephanie's plan. However, when she saw Han Zhao's performance, she calmed down. She connected all of Han Zhao's actions. Black Star must have done something to the leaders of the Six Nations. So he discovered Zeglin and thought that he was the biggest enemy. However, Black Star did not know Zeglin's motive, nor did he know that there were 9 supers lying in wait for him. He simply thought that the enemy's target was Blue Star. In that case, the situation was still under control. Black Star still did not know that this was a trap for him. We only have one choice now, which is to change the plan and attack Black Star immediately. He hasn't discovered us yet. Zeglin, try your best to stall him. We'll head over immediately. Stephanie made up her mind and was certain of it. Black Star thought that Zeglin was the only enemy. When all 9 of them appeared, they would definitely give Black Star a surprise. Stephanie and the others were quite far away. Even with the speed of a calamity grade, it would still take some time for them to arrive. Zeglin's heart sank. He was heavily injured, and the other party was a mechanic who controlled psionic energy and had the codename Indestructible Body. He knew that he was definitely not Han Zhao's match. Without hesitation, Zeglin turned around and fled. Want to run? Do you think you can? Han Zhao clapped his hands, and the army boxes flew over, turning into an overwhelming mech legion that drowned Zeglin in the blink of an eye. The psychic class countered the mechanic class, and the mechanic class countered the psychic class. After all, psychic attacks were useless against machinery. Only psychic attacks were effective. Boom, boom, boom. The long-range troops and artillery troops fired psionic cannons one after another, blasting through Zeglin's psychic barrier. The mechanical soldiers waved electromagnetic, vibration, high-temperature, laser, and other multifunctional melee weapons, sweeping past Zeglin time and time again, leaving all kinds of wounds on his body. Zeglin resisted with all his might, running for his life. However, he was surrounded. The new generation of Mech Legion, together with the bonuses of the Truth mechanic, was much stronger. Without needing Han Zhao to do anything, Zeglin was already in danger, and his health was dropping steadily. Han Zhao released his mechanical force bonuses on the side and paid attention to his surroundings. He took the initiative to attack, to lure the enemy out. He still did not know how many people there were in this group of mysterious hunters, so he remained vigilant. After fighting for a while, Zeglin was covered in wounds and blood. His eyes were bloodshot. Zeglin suddenly roared, and his psychic energy turned into a huge drill, sweeping him into the Mech Legion's encirclement. He was already at the end of his rope, and this attack contained all his strength. The psychic drill broke through layer after layer of encirclement and was about to kill its way out of the army. At this time, the shield troops suddenly gathered and blocked in front of Zeglin. At the same time, they released their psionic shields, which condensed together and turned into a psionic barrier hundreds of meters wide. The invisible psychic drill collided with the thick psionic barrier. Whoosh! Countless energy sparks exploded at the point of impact, like sparks flying when metal was being cut. The impact of the drill lasted for quite a while before it quickly weakened. Zeglin's eyes widened unwillingly. He did not manage to break through this psionic barrier. Fatigue surged into his mind like a tide. He felt drowsy, which was the side effect of overusing his psychokinesis. If it was any other time, he would be able to recover after a short rest with his psychic energy. However, he was surrounded at this time. The moment Zeglin froze, countless psionic cannons hit his body. Boom! Boom! Blue explosions appeared one after another. His flesh and blood were burned to ashes the moment they left his body. Mechanical soldiers dragged their high-temperature cutting weapons and slashed Zeglin's body, sending him flying in midair. Kacha! An arm flew into the air and was cut off. Kacha! This time it was a calf. Boom! The next second, dozens of mechanical soldiers attacked together, and Zeglin was instantly turned into a pile of minced meat. His limbs and organs exploded like fireworks, and blood rained down. He died on the spot. The Mech Legion stopped moving, and only the sound of the wind could be heard on the battlefield. Han Zhao was stunned. The battle had ended faster than he had expected. If he remembered correctly, this was the first calamity grade to die in the hands of the Mech Legion. Oh my god, my kind Mech Legion has killed someone. This guy's a little fragile. Han Zhao scratched the stubble on his chin. If he did not have the tank talent, with his endurance, his health would only be slightly more than 70,000. Psychics were strong in offense and weaken defense. This was the consensus of all supers. If Zeglin had not focused on breaking through the encirclement and had attacked him with psychic attacks instead, Han Xiao would have probably suffered some light injuries. Unfortunately, Zeglin seemed to be afraid of his indestructible body and did not have the courage to fight him to the death. Killing Zeglin in a one-on-one duel was a good thing that Han Xiao did not expect. Not only did he weaken the enemy's overall strength, the promotion mission on his interface also showed a completed status. This meant that as long as Han Xiao was willing, he could complete his race evolution at any time and place. That's settled. Han Xiao felt relaxed. He was even more confident that he could complete his promotion at any time. The accumulated experience was enough for him to reach level 195 directly after his promotion, reaching the upper limit of a truth mechanic. At his level, being able to maintain such a leveling speed was all thanks to the huge accumulation for version 2.0. At this time, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Who? Figures flew over from the horizon and stopped in midair. It was Stephanie and the others. They all looked at Zeglin's corpse, and their expressions changed. Black Star had already killed Zeglin in the short time they had spent on the road. Stephanie narrowed her eyes. She did not have any feelings for her teammates, so she was not angry. She only stared at Han Xiao with sparkles in her eyes. He's indeed a powerful guy. His Excellency Thousand Shadows will definitely like him. As this thought flashed through her mind, Stephanie did not intend to explain to Han Xiao. She made a hand gesture, and the others spread out and surrounded Han Xiao from afar. They blocked all escape routes and stared at him with ill intentions. Stephanie looked at Han Xiao's face, expecting him to show a shocked expression after falling into her trap. Seeing this, Han Xiao closed his helmet and covered his face, not showing it to her. He had already succeeded in luring the snake out of its hole, so he could not be bothered to show off his Oscar spirit. Stephanie could not help but be disappointed. Although she knew that Black Star was definitely extremely shocked and was just controlling his expression and not showing it, she still wanted to see the expression of her prey, but she did not get what she wanted. 9 calamity grades. This is probably all the enemies. How generous. Han Xiao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If he was alone, it would definitely be a tough battle. Luckily, he had prepared ahead of time and invited all the heroes to help him. Philip had already called Wilton, Nagajan, and the others to come over and help. He only needed to hold on for a while. He was not as fragile as Zeglin. Furthermore, he did not expect to gain such a huge reward from this trip. Under the mechanical suit's helmet, Han Xiao stared at Stephanie, who was in the lead, and sized her up. He then smiled meaningfully. Chapter 661. The first time he saw Stephanie, Han Xiao felt that she looked familiar. He sized her up carefully, and his heart skipped a beat. He did not know the other hunters, but this woman was someone he knew. In his previous life, many players knew Stephanie. She was very active during the calamity of the Supers version. She was one of the subordinates of the Beyond Grade 1,000 Shadows in the Abyss of Starfield. She fought countless Supers for 1,000 Shadows as his vanguard, including many players who formed teams to kill bosses. In the end, she died in a battle, which would be said to be her release. After that, a related dungeon crystal was born, and Stephanie entered the dungeon as a hidden boss. Defeating this hidden boss had a chance of obtaining extremely rare rewards. In the later versions of his previous life, she was listed on the top 100 model workers list with a drop rate as high as 87. 6% of the players repeated the dungeon, and she received the honorary title Virtuous. At that stage, the total number of players in Galaxy was dozens of times more than in version 2.0. There were more than 10 million players online at the same time, and more than 80% of the players had repeated Stephanie's dungeon. This meant that there were a lot of people. Speaking of which, it was a little embarrassing. Han Xiao had used different accounts and logged into Stephanie's account at least 300 times. He was so familiar with her that he could not be more familiar with her. Han Xiao did not expect to know someone among the enemies. He was pleasantly surprised. He originally did not know who the mastermind was, but now that he saw Stephanie, everything suddenly became clear. It was Thousand Shadows. No wonder, no wonder. Everything makes sense now. Han Xiaoxin was emotional. If the mastermind was Thousand Shadows, he knew why the hunters captured supers. They were providing shadows for Thousand Shadows. Thousand Shadows' ability was very strange. He could absorb other independent individuals and turn them into a type of subordinate called Shadow. The Shadow still retained most of its original personality, but it had an unerasable loyalty and closeness to Thousand Shadows, so there was a certain degree of deviation in its previous memories. The Shadow slept in Thousand Shadows' body, and, at the same time, it was his avatar outside. The two of them became symbiotic. However, the Shadow's original abilities were still preserved. Furthermore, after fusing with 10,000 shadows, it would be strengthened. 10,000 shadows had lived for too long. No one knew how many shadows existed in his body. He was an extremely mysterious member of the Ancient Ones. Han Xiao still remembered a secret discovered by a player in his previous life. In order to live forever, Thousand Shadows sought the help of a special person to endow his Esper ability with vitality. He then abandoned his own body and became a strange Esper life form. Normal means could not kill him. He lived for thousands of years and was now a member of the Ancient Ones. After seeing the truth behind the scenes, Han Xiaoxin felt a heavy pressure pressing down on his heart. His emotions were heavy. Ing liked high-quality shadows, and since he had his eyes on Han Xiaoxin, he was afraid that Ing would not let him off easily. Han Xiaoxin did not want to become Ing Ying's symbiotic body. That would mean he would lose himself completely and become a puppet. Stephanie was Thousand Shadows' shadow. She was also a tragic character. Before she died, she had returned briefly and revealed her origins. That was during the exploration era. The primordial ones had not been born yet, and the war between the three universal civilizations had swept across the entire universe. She was born in the era of war. She was an Antarian, and her civilization's mother planet was involved in the war. She showed amazing talent in her childhood and was chosen as a warrior. She fought for her homeland and grew up quickly. In just over 10 years, when ordinary human women in the universe were at their most youthful, she had already become the guardian of her homeland. She had become the first guardian of Antar at such a young age. She was so strong that even the three universal civilizations had heard of her. However, a super war broke out between the Red Empire and the Radiant Federation, with an entire star cluster as the main battlefield. The Antarians were affected, and their mother planet fell. All the colonial planets and ruling planets were turned into ruins under the iron hooves of the Red Empire. Only a few survivors escaped in galactic migration spaceships and became a wandering civilization. Stephanie was one of the survivors. People in war were all pragmatic. The survivors did not even have time to miss their mother planet. They were in a hurry to leave the battlefield and find a new home to start anew. However, an uninvited guest had his eyes on Stephanie. It was Thousand Shadows. Thousand Shadows was a long-lived race and had lived for many years. At that time, he had not given up on his body yet, and he was not a beyond grade A. He coveted Stephanie's power and intercepted the spaceships of the Antarian survivors. In the end, the Antarian civilization became another flame of civilization that was extinguished in the war, and Stephanie became Thousand Shadows' shadow. History only recorded what happened at that time. Cold history would not record emotions. Everyone's motives, emotions, and reactions were all mysteries. In Han Zhao's previous life, after Stephanie entered the game, some players curiously searched for historical records about her. From the rare descriptions in some super history books, they learned that some historians believe that if Stephanie did not mysteriously disappear, she might have become one of the primordial ones. However, during the exploration era, there were too many calamity grades with potential. Most of them died in battle and became nutrients for the enemy. The primordial ones were the first batch of beyond grade, as that walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Thousand Shadows was not a primordial one. He had always been mysterious and only appeared as a beyond grade A at the end of the exploration era. In just a short moment, the entire sequence of events flashed through Han Zhao's mind. He took a deep breath. The real enemy had surfaced. Going against Thousand Shadows was very stressful, but that was a matter for the future. The biggest problem now was to deal with the 9 calamity grades first, especially Stephanie. Han Xiao pushed his hands forward, and a beam of psionic impact, whale wave, shot towards Stephanie. The huge mech legion around her moved and charged toward all the enemies. The sound of cannons was endless. Bang, 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 bang. Countless psionic cannons crisscrossed, and the mechanical soldiers surrounded the enemies with their weapons and shields. Stephanie and the others also moved, fighting back fiercely. The battle started, and the scene instantly became chaotic. Han Xiaoxin was never sure of BS. The Mech Legion was much stronger than before, but facing 9 experienced calamity grades at the same time was still beyond the capabilities of the Mech Legion. Among the 9 enemies, 2 were mechanics. One was a cannon master, and his extremely thick cannon shot out destructive beams of light, destroying mechanical soldiers one after another. The other was also a mechanic who walked the Galactic Fortress style. He raised his hand and opened a huge war fortress that was hundreds of meters tall. It had powerful firepower and was even equipped with guards. It clashed with the Mech Legion like 2 groups of beasts. Clang, clang, clang. Metal clashed nonstop, and sparks replaced the blood that splattered everywhere. Messy parts and wires fell like rain, as if they were pieces of flesh that were torn from the enemy's body. The other 7 enemies were 2 pugilists, 1 mage, and 4 espers. Stephanie was one of them. Stephanie's ability was the most mysterious. She was like a diving eagle, heading straight for Han Xiao, who was in the middle of the army. Wherever she passed, the mechanical soldiers around her all disintegrated. The air around her was distorted due to the high temperature. From far away, she aimed her palm at Han Xiao. You have entered the light, slow state. DX decreased by 12%. Lasts for 8 seconds. You have entered the light, weak state. All attributes decreased by 6%. Lasts for 8 seconds. You have entered the light, confused state. There is a 10% chance that skills will be interrupted when using them. Lasts for 8 seconds. You have entered the abnormal excitement state. Your attack is between 80% to 110%. Lasts for 8 seconds. You have entered the light hallucination state. Accuracy and perception decreased by 10%. Lasts for 8 seconds. You have entered the light, tired state. Energy and stamina decreased by 8%. Lasts for 10 seconds. Your talent, Steel Body, is in effect. You are immune to true damage. Chapter 662. Han Xiao felt his body become sluggish and heavy. In the blink of an eye, he was stacked with a bunch of negative buffs. She really hasn't changed. Han Zhao's mouth twitched. He was not surprised at all. He had cleared Stephanie's dungeon hundreds of times and had long memorized her moves. Even though the Stephanie in the dungeon had been weakened, her abilities had not changed. Han Xiao knew her battle style like the back of his hand. Stacking buffs on the enemy at the start was exactly the same. Without hesitation, Han Xiao used void travel to increase the distance between them. Stephanie was better at close combat, and she dealt extra damage to metal. He did not want his mechanical suit to be destroyed early. Luckily, I killed that psychic called Zeglin first. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome. Han Xiao did not stop moving. He controlled the Mech Legion to use the entanglement tactic in Philip's data to delay Stephanie and the others from charging toward him. He himself used the Mountain 8 mechanical suit and used the army as a barrier to move around. From time to time, he would approach the mage and the 2 mechanic enemies, attempting to engage in close combat. With 9 senior calamity grades, the Mech Legion was under immense pressure. Very soon, they fell into a tough battle. Broken machines fell to the ground one after another, and Han Xiao used waste modification, to pick them up and return to the battlefield. In his sight was a chaotic battlefield. The built-in tactical screen displayed all kinds of parameters. Han Xiao calmly analyzed the situation. Stephanie used her ability to interfere with the electromagnetic waves in a large area around her. Han Xiao could not communicate with Wilton and the others. The Phillips subprogram that he had left for Wilton out of caution immediately came into effect. Although he could not receive the location of the reinforcements, he could confirm that they were on their way. His mission now was not to fight head-on, but to stall for time and wait for the reinforcements to arrive. Rumble. The battle between the 10 Calamity-grade supers shook the mountains and the earth. The mountain range had long been flattened, and the ice plains cracked. Many rifts that stretched for hundreds of miles extended out, like the opening of the earth. The wind and clouds also changed color. The originally clear sky was filled with white clouds, but now lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and dark clouds pressed down. Han Xiao kept shifting the battlefield away from the populated areas of the northern continent. He kept running towards the uninhabited glaciers. Wherever they passed, the frozen earth that had been frozen for thousands of years cracked, mountains shook, avalanches rolled, and the earth was in a mess. The aftermath of the battle between the Calamity-grade supers was causing natural disasters on this planet. With the battlefield as the center, seismic waves spread throughout the entire northern continent. In the coastal areas far away from the battlefield, the sky had already darkened, and the sea was turbulent. Tsunamis and hurricanes hit the coastal cities. A tsunami is coming. Run. What is going on? The commoners in the coastal cities in the North Continent were shocked by the sudden natural disaster, and their expressions changed as they fled. Han Xiao naturally could not see the reactions of these people, but he did not need to think to know that the aftermath of the battle between these calamity grades had already caused a disaster in Blue Star. You purposely chose this place as the battlefield for this purpose, didn't you? Han Xiao's expression was unfriendly. He dodged another invisible tornado-like shockwave from Stephanie, and the mechanical soldiers behind him were scattered. The two sides had already shifted the battlefield several times, and the battle had already reached its climax. Mushrooms had already been planted several times. The blue starlight in the sky burned again. It was another round of psionic sky cannon attacks controlled by Philip. Rumble. The Mech Legion quickly avoided the bombardment area, and so did Stephanie and the others. Only the enemy mechanics battle fortress moved slowly and did not escape the attack range. Its shield shattered, and the battered fortress exploded into pieces. This was already the second battle fortress of the enemy that had been destroyed. Making use of this opportunity, Han Xiao retreated with the Mech Legion. They were already at the border of the northern continent, and he started to move toward the sea. Troublesome sky cannon. Stephanie frowned. She looked up and pointed at a pugilist. You, go and destroy Black Star's sky cannon. This pugilist nodded. Flames spurted out from his feet, and he shot into the sky like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a star in the sky and headed toward outer space. Don't waste time. Black Star is good at prolonged battles. Hurry up and subdue him. Stephanie's tone was impatient, and she chased after him with the other members. She knew that Black Star was very difficult to kill, and the purpose of this trip was not to kill Han Xiao, but to capture him. However, Han Xiao was too slippery, running even faster than a war reporter. She had not been able to get close to Han Xiao. Only in close combat could the power of her Esper ability be maximized. After chasing for a while, the two sides clashed again in the sky above the sea. The aftermath created huge waves, and waves of energy blasted into the sea, forming huge whirlpools on the surface of the sea. The sky darkened. As the casualties of the Mech Legion continued to rise, Han Xiao started to show signs of weakness and revealed an opening. Stephanie's eyes sparkled. She grabbed the opportunity and turned into a black shadow. She suddenly appeared behind Han Xiao and pressed her palm toward Han Xiao's back. This was the first time she had used this ability since the start of the battle. She was prepared to catch Black Star off guard. As long as she hit him, Black Star's strength would be temporarily weakened by at least 10%. However, the next moment, there was nothing under her palm. Han Xiao seemed to have expected this. He dodged her palm with a strange posture, flicked out a cluster of psionic energy from his hands, and slapped her chest with a backhand. Bang! The light blue psionic impact ring exploded, and Stephanie flew thousands of meters away. She rubbed her aching chest and frowned. She was secretly surprised by Han Zhao's reaction speed. One had to know that this ambush came without any warning, leaving Black Star with only microseconds to react. On the other side, Han Xiao secretly sighed in relief. Stephanie was also a boss-level character. Just like him, she had many skills other than her Esper abilities. If he did not know, he would be easily tricked. However, he knew Stephanie's abilities too well. There was no way he would be tricked. He had not done hundreds of dungeons for nothing. She's stronger than the rumors say. Stephanie narrowed her eyes. Just as she was about to attack again, she suddenly noticed a few high-energy individuals rapidly approaching. Her expression changed, and she stopped where she was, not acting rashly. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. He immediately looked up and saw 6 meteors falling from the sky, hovering above them. The flames dimmed, revealing Wilton and the others. Looking at the shocked gazes of Stephanie and the others, Wilton snorted coldly and raised his hand. Only then did everyone realize that he was holding someone in his hand. Stephanie took a closer look, and her expression changed drastically. The person in Wilton's hand was the pugilist she had ordered to destroy the sky cannons. At this time, there was no sign of life. He had clearly been beaten to death. These 6 are enemies. Stephanie and the remaining 7 Calamity-grade supers all had terrible expressions. Wilton let go, and the corpse fell into the sea. It was swept away by the whirlpool and disappeared without a trace. Black Star were late. Wilton nodded. Han Zhao's lips curled up. Reinforcements are here. He looked at Stephanie, shrugged, and chuckled. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Seeing that Black Star had expected this, Stephanie could not remain calm. Deep shock flashed through her eyes. He found reinforcements long ago. 6 Calamity-grade supers? Why would he call so many strong people to deal with the internal conflict of a surface civilization? Unless Stephanie's heart skipped a beat. Black Star knew that we were ambushing him. Chapter 663. Boom. With the arrival of the reinforcements, it was a surprise attack. Han Xiao did not give Stephanie and the others any time to catch their breath. He called for Wilton and the others to join the battle. Now, it was 7 against 8. Stephanie and the others had higher average levels than Wilton, but they were almost equal in numbers. For a short period of time, Wilton and the others were able to hold back 1 person each. Han Zhao's pressure was greatly reduced, and he could focus on dealing with Stephanie and the enemy mechanic. Walala. The 15 Calamity grades were like bolts of lightning, shuttling across the sea, causing the waves to surge. Stephanie dealt with the attacks of the Mech Legion while suppressing the shock in her heart. As a Calamity-grade super who had gone through hundreds of battles, she could quickly adapt to sudden situations. She did not know how Black Star had seen through the ambush, but it had already become a fact. The only thing she could do was to deal with it. Stephanie's brain worked quickly as she analyzed the situation. The enemy has 6 grade A supers. Even with me here, I won't be able to finish off Black Star's helpers in a short period of time. It'll take a lot of time to subdue Black Star, Stephanie frowned. On the other side, the 2 Mech Legion clashed in midair. The colorful energy waves kept lighting up the dark sky. Han Xiao used the cover of the Legion to charge forward. He used Mountain Ape Throw and Psionic Impact to break a few bones of the enemy mechanic. The enemy retreated in pain. Then, Han Xiao activated his Psionic Shield and blocked an invisible shockwave that Stephanie sent from afar. It was like a thunderclap exploding in midair. Bang! 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 The 2 sides fought back and forth. Han Xiao fought while observing Stephanie. Now that his reinforcements had arrived, the enemy would definitely react. There were only 2 paths in front of Stephanie. The first was to retreat and find another chance in the future. The second was to fight head-on and bet that he did not have more reinforcements to take down Wilton and the others. Just as Han Xiao was guessing, Stephanie clasped her hands together. Her body suddenly started to vibrate at a high frequency that was hard to be seen with the naked eye. The space around her started to change. Boom, boom, dong. Wilton's group of 6 suddenly felt their hearts skip a beat. All sorts of negative statuses appeared. They felt their bodies becoming sluggish, and their control over their bodies decreased significantly. Whoosh! Stephanie used an ability similar to Flash again. She turned into a shadow and suddenly appeared behind Wilton. This move failed on Han Xiao, but Wilton was not him. Clearly, he did not react in time, and Stephanie's hand was already on his back. This attack did not seem to have any force behind it, but Wilton's body trembled violently. He felt a strange vibration enter his body, and all his muscles and bones started vibrating at the same frequency. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, a sharp pain suddenly erupted. Inside Wilton's body, the terrifying high-frequency vibrations caused his muscle fibers to break, his bones to crack, his organs to bleed, and his blood vessels to explode. Being hit by Stephanie's light attack, Wilton instantly turned into a bloody man. Shocked, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Captain!" The other 2 purple crystal grade A supers noticed the change. Their expressions changed, and they hurriedly abandoned their opponents, wanting to rush over to help. Stephanie was expressionless. Her hand on Wilton's back suddenly tightened. Her fingers dug into his flesh, and she suddenly twisted 180 degrees. Arg! Wilton's eyes were bloodshot. Under the intense pain, he punched his back with all his might. Stephanie had already succeeded. She did not want to fight the pugilist head-on and retreated. The back of Wilton's armor shattered, revealing the skin on his back. A large area of his muscles and bones were crushed and mixed together, forming a spiral mark. There were bone spikes protruding from under the skin. It looked terrifying. The battle had only lasted for an instant, but Stephanie had easily injured a calamity-grade pugilist. The expressions of Wilton and the rest of the 6 changed. Stephanie's lethality was beyond their expectations. Han Zhao's expression froze. He understood Stephanie's plan. This woman did not plan to retreat. She had chosen the second option, which was to fight head-on. With his understanding of Stephanie, this did not surprise him. Stephanie had once been active during the exploration era. She was capable of planning before taking action, and she also dared to fight head-on. She would not give up on missions easily. In other words, this is going to be a tough battle. Unless they destroy the other side, they won't retreat. Han Xiao clenched his teeth. This kind of opponent was obviously more difficult to deal with than Albert's tactful style. Stephanie was very strong. Her ability was called resonance coordination. It sounded ordinary, but it was actually an extremely powerful Esper ability. There were many ways to use it, and its lethality made the players suffer even more. Because the vibration frequency could penetrate many defensive measures and cause structural damage due to stress, Stephanie's every move had high true damage and armor penetration damage. She had extremely high armor penetration ability and could greatly weaken the opponent's defense. Han Xiao was not afraid of true damage. The Germinal organization leader was still protecting him. However, his reinforcements did not have the steel body talent. Stephanie's lethality was enough to make them extremely wary. Wilton and the others were elites at most. The quantity and quality of their talents and skills could not be compared to Stephanie, who was a hidden boss. Stephanie's resonance coordination not only had terrifying single-target damage, but its AoE was also just as strong. Through the vibration frequency, she could stack a lot of negative statuses on the enemies in her domain. At the same time, when facing weaker supers, she could even use the vibration to cause ultrasonic waves and infrasonic waves to shatter the organs of the weaker supers. This meant that whether it was one-on-one or group fights, bullying noobs, or fighting people at the same level, they were all Stephanie's strengths. She was even more difficult to deal with than Ashes in the past. Han Xiao had once fought alongside Jane, a grade A super with a nickname Sequake. Stephanie's Esper ability was similar to Jane's, and their Esper abilities were related to vibration. However, the strength, range, and application of Stephanie's Esper ability were far above Jane's. This was a superior vibration-type Esper ability. She's a killing machine. I can't let her deal with the others. Only I can stop her. As this thought flashed through his mind, Han Xiao turned the Mech Legion's cannons and fired at Stephanie, forming a dense net. At the same time, Han Xiao personally charged over and fought with Stephanie. Stephanie's expression did not look good. She originally wanted to deal with Black Star's helper first, but Han Xiao took the initiative to attack her. Under the endless cannon fire, Stephanie could not get away, but she did not dare get distracted. Their fists landed on each other's bodies, and she was completely entangled with Han Xiao. She could not shake him off no matter how hard she tried. Seeing this, Wilton was relieved. He did not dare fight with Stephanie. Black Star had taken the initiative to fight with the most dangerous enemy. This made him feel relieved. He stared at Han Xiao, clenched his teeth, and started fighting with his opponent. In a mechanical army, they clashed again and again. The shockwaves formed storms that spread out and kept growing. Rumble. The pillars of light from the sky cannons kept falling and smashing into the ocean, creating tsunamis that were hundreds of meters tall. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and a heavy rain finally fell from the dark clouds. More than 10 Calamity-grade supers fought fiercely. The disasters that they created were truly apocalyptic. After fighting for a few hours, the number of people had become 12. After using the psionic sky cannons many times, they finally destroyed the opponent's mechanic. A Ghidorah Calamity grade was killed by the opponent, and his opponent was also heavily injured by Han Xiao's Mech Legion. In the end, Wilton took the head. 3 Calamity grade supers died. The battle was extremely intense. Now, the number of people was even. It was 6 against 6. Who? The Mountain 8 mechanical suit was tattered. It had already been repaired 3 times with waste modification. Han Xiao panted heavily, dragged his tired body, and rammed into Stephanie again and again. Stephanie's condition was not good either. Her forehead was bleeding, and she was covered in wounds. Her clothes were barely covering her body, and her eyes were fierce. The Mech Legion formation around them became much thinner. The two of them did not hold back and fought like wild beasts. The two of them did not have much stamina left and were quickly recovering. They were in a stalemate. She also has a boss-type molding talent. She has a lot of energy, high health, and fast recovery speed. It'll take at least a few days to decide the winner in a battle of attrition. Han Xiao clenched his teeth. With his health and energy conversion, Mech Legion, and immunity to true damage, he was able to gain the upper hand. Stephanie was the shadow of 1,000 shadows. Her abilities were enhanced, and her level was probably around level 240. She was undoubtedly a top-grade, A+ super. The longer the battle dragged on, the higher his chances of winning. In a battle of attrition, Han Xiao was still slightly better. However, he could not drag it on any longer. A single Calamity-grade super had the ability to destroy the surface of a planet. At this time, the disasters created by the battle of so many Calamity-grade supers had already started to engulf the entire Blue Star. The natural disasters caused by the aftermath of the battle were irreversible. Even if they stopped immediately, the disasters from before would still continue to brew. If the battle continued for a few more days, all the creatures on the surface of Blue Star would probably die. I have to break the stalemate now. Both sides are evenly matched. As long as I'm a little stronger, I'll be able to break the fragile balance and cause a chain reaction. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed. Without another word, he dove down and charged into the roaring sea. He could advance at any time. He just needed time. Under the control of Philip, part of the Mech Legion in the sky stayed on the sea to hold back the enemy, and the rest followed Han Xiao into the sea to provide necessary protection. Stephanie frowned. She glanced at Wilton and the others. After hesitating for a moment, she made a decision. She did not take the opportunity to deal with the others. Instead, she pushed the Mech Legion away and dove into the sea as well. Her rich experience told her that something was definitely wrong. No matter what Black Star's goal was, it was best to stop him. As the strongest people from both sides dove into the sea one after another, everyone's expression changed. They did not know why Black Star suddenly split up the battlefield. Could it be that he did not want to be disturbed by others and wanted to fight Stephanie in the sea? "Captain, should we go down and provide support?" Hearing this, Wilton's eyes changed. Clenching his teeth, he said, "No, let's do what we're supposed to do. Don't let the enemy follow us. Let Black Star play with that woman." He felt that Black Star did not need support. In fact, subconsciously, he did not want to face Stephanie. That woman was too dangerous. If he handed her to Black Star, he would not have to bear the additional pressure. Although he was ordered to provide support to Han Xiao, Wilton did not want to risk his life. At the same time, in Black Star City, reports of natural disasters kept being sent to Bennett's desk. The satellite observed that the source of the disaster was the battlefield where Han Xiao and the others were fighting. Many officials and experts were crowded in the office, anxiously reporting to Bennett. A few hours ago, earthquakes occurred in many areas of the northern continent. Many rifts and faults appeared, and the earthquakes caused tsunamis. 13 coastal cities were destroyed, and the casualties are uncountable. According to the satellite reports, His Excellency Black Star is fighting with the enemy in the ocean. The storms and tsunamis caused are approaching the other continents, and the intensity is still increasing. They will hit the continents in about 3 hours. The countries have already started emergency evacuations. An hour ago, 11 new earthquake sources appeared in various locations around the world. The severity and range of the earthquakes are still increasing. According to calculations, in 10 days, 7% of the land in the world will be affected by earthquakes. Also, Bennett listened to the reports one after another and paced around anxiously. This was completely different from the mutation disaster. This was a natural disaster that could not be solved. Send out rescue teams and try to support the affected areas. At this time, don't worry about the Six Nations. Bennett gave the order decisively. After a pause, he could not help but ask, how long until the disaster affects Black Star City? Black Star City was located inland, so the disaster would not reach it anytime soon. An official swallowed and said with fear, according to the mathematical model calculated by the Research Institute, if His Excellency Black Star continues to fight, the severity of a disaster will increase exponentially. In another 4 hours and 35 minutes, the chain of disasters they cause will exceed the critical point. What will happen if it exceeds the critical point? Bennett's heart skipped a beat. Unless we leave this planet, we can only wait for death. Chapter 664. Rumble. The shockwaves from the battle between more than 10 calamity-grade supers caused huge waves in the ocean. Huge whirlpools appeared in the area, and blue-black whirlpools covered the surface of the ocean, spinning nonstop. The wind sucked in the seawater, forming waterspouts that connected the ocean and the dark clouds. The bleak wind and bitter rain turned into a vast expanse of white vapor in the wind, drifting here and there. Above the ocean, it was like the end of the world. It was as if nature had turned into a husky and was having fun. The moment Han Xiao dived into the sea, these noises suddenly became indistinct, as if there was a layer of gauze between them. The seawater weakened the transmission of some of the sounds in the air, but the roaring of the turbulent currents in the sea was instantly magnified. It was as if he was in the middle of hundreds of drums, surrounded by three-dimensional surround sound, and muffled rumbles rolled in from all directions. The radar showed that Stephanie had also dived into the ocean. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. I have to hold her back first. I can't let her get close to me during the promotion. With that thought in mind, Han Xiao ordered the mech legion around him to turn around and hold her back while he dived down quickly. The underwater world in front of him was deep. The distance turned from dark blue to pitch black, and the visibility was low. There was no light source here, and he could not see the end. It was even darker than the universe. Luckily, I don't have deep-sea phobia, Han Xiao thought to himself. The ocean was the hotbed of life. There were many ancient creatures in the ocean of Blue Star, but all the sea creatures in this area had escaped. The ocean was dead silent, without any signs of life. Stephanie was held back by the Mech Legion. Han Xiao quickly moved under the ocean and found a trench that had just opened a few hours ago. Let's do it here. Han Xiaoxin immediately opened the interface, selected the completed promotion mission, and activated it. A tremor in his bones and soul quickly spread throughout his body. He was very familiar with this feeling of promotion. This time, a series of notifications popped up on the interface. Trial of the Strong. Current promotion mission completed. Yin bonus increased. 1 yin equals 120 health equals 130 stamina. You have taken one step further on the path of evolution. Your life level has been elevated. Detected race. Chaos Observer. Human form. Randomly drawing 8 matching evolution paths. Drawing complete. Please choose one of the 8 options below as your evolved race. Warning. The evolution process is irreversible. Please choose carefully. Appendix. Evolution Path Characteristics. X-type Space Human. -67% compatibility Void Walker. Human form. -78% compatibility Gloom Shadow. Human form. -72% compatibility Void Disciple. Human form. -71% compatibility Void Distorter. Human form. -69% compatibility Void Whisperer. Spirit form. -84% compatibility Void Sludge Monster. Compatibility 55% OCA Octopus 31%. First of all, non-void races were excluded. There was no need to consider octopus tentacles like the Octopus Clan. As for the Void Sludge, it was too weird, so it was also excluded. The Void Whisperer was in the form of a spirit, suitable for mages and psychics. Han Xiao had a strong physique and would not give up his physical body. The only reliable options were the 4 evolution options that retained his human form. Han Xiao quickly browsed through and immediately made a choice. The Void Lord's core had strengthened his void genes. Because Han Xiao had jumped from the human evolution system to the void evolution system, he was considered a halfway switch. Naturally, he could not compare to individuals who were void species from the beginning. However, the Void Lord's core and other void species genetic items had increased his evolution speed in the void system, allowing his evolution speed to catch up. Thanks to the Void Lord's core, there was an option for race evolution this time. This was a higher-level species in the void evolution system. According to his data, this species was a whole level higher in the evolution chain compared to other normal options. It could make up for the part where he lagged behind. Regardless of whether it was the current attribute increase or the future evolution potential, this species was the best choice. Han Xiao quickly made his decision. Selection complete. Race evolution. Evolution complete. Race changed to Void Distorter, human form. Molecular structure improved. Organ structure strengthened. Metabolism changed. Adaptability increased. Genes optimized. Your potential has increased. You have received attributes, plus 44 STR, plus 83 DX, plus 65 END, plus 120 INT, plus 92 MYS, plus 34 CHA, plus 1,460 energy. Energy level bonus attribute changed. Han Zhao's eyes suddenly widened, and a deep light appeared in the depths of his pupils. The cells and genes in his whole body changed, and his body and mind exploded with intense pain. His vision kept switching between reality and the void world, and his brain was trembling. His hungry body greedily absorbed the energy of the void dimension, and his whole body glowed with a mysterious gray light and a deep blue light. The 2 evolutions he had undergone before were the Void Prowler and the Chaos Observer. If one were to evaluate the void species in the army system, these 2 were different types of ordinary soldiers, and the Void Distorter was in existence at the level of a Chiliarch. He had directly jumped an entire level from a cannon fodder to a mid-level officer. This race evolution had greatly deepened his connection with the void dimension. His body seemed to have become a vessel, and the void energy directly entered his body. Every cell was absorbing the void energy. The energy that came from his cells also changed under the erosion of the void energy. You have received the void energy buff, plus 30% energy recovery speed, plus 1000 energy. You have received a new energy attribute, void. Your energy has the void attribute. A new energy attribute. Han Xiao was overjoyed. He endured the pain and hurriedly looked at the interface. The interface showed two energy attributes. One was the mechanic's magnetic mechanical force, and the other was the newly obtained void attribute. Seeing this, Han Xiaoxin was so excited that he almost spurted out. He was in pain and happy at the same time. The change in energy attribute was not as obvious as the attribute value, but it was very important. It could even change one's combat style. Although the introduction of the interface was ambiguous, Han Xiao had already felt the changes in the energy in his body during the race evolution process. He could control it as he wished. Furthermore, he remembered the information from his previous life, so he was very clear about the effect of the void attribute. Energy erosion. Using the void dimension as a medium to spread energy. These two attributes were very powerful in actual combat, and it could be used with any class. The evolution continued, and the void energy in his body gradually became saturated. It stirred the seawater and formed a giant whirlpool under the sea. Han Zhao's promotion attracted Stephanie's attention. I can't let him act as he pleases. Stephanie did not know what Han Xiao was doing, but that did not stop her from wanting to stop Han Xiao. She crazily shook the seawater, crushing mechanical soldiers one after another, and cleared a path. She charged straight toward the center of the whirlpool and waved her hand. Boom! The whirlpool was shattered into turbulence in the blink of an eye. At the last moment, Han Xiao avoided being hit head-on and was only pushed far away by the shockwave. Stephanie was a strong opponent. Han Xiao did not slowly experience the changes in his body. He glanced at the various new talents on the interface, then threw his experience into the interface and leveled up. His experience decreased tremendously. He leveled up 15 times in a row. Notifications popped up one after another. After his class reached the max level, Han Zhao's leveling momentum stopped. It was still the limit of all INT. His total level was LV 195. Han Xiao did not even have the time to look at the changes on his interface. The rapid increase in his strength made his body feel bloated. The abundant energy was about to burst every cell in his body, and he urgently needed to vent it out. Without saying anything, Han Xiao put away the mountain ape mechanical suit, which had been destroyed twice, and charged towards Stephanie. This time, Stephanie finally saw what Han Xiao looked like, and her expression changed. Han Zhao's skin had turned silver gray, with a crystalline texture and glowing with the light of energy. There were symmetrical, dark blue patterns on his body, and his whole body was burning with silver flames fueled by void energy. His hair was floating in the sea and also turned silver gray, like dancing flames. His eyes turned into the color of obsidian, and his pupils turned into rice-sized white spots of light. This appearance was somewhat similar to the Void Prowler in the past, but the energy wave he gave off was even more shocking. New race talent, Void Molt. What is this? Stephanie was stunned. At this moment, Han Xiao opened his hands, and half of his palm reached into the void dimension. His fingers formed a claw, and as if he was grabbing a canvas, he pulled with all his might. Try this. The next moment, the world in front of Stephanie's eyes suddenly became chaotic. She felt as if all the muscles, bones, nerves, and blood vessels in her body had been squeezed into a ball before being kneaded by an invisible hand. She had an illusion that she had turned into a rag that was being twisted and twisted by someone to squeeze the juices out of her body. It was just a short moment, but it felt like countless years had passed in her senses. This indescribable strange feeling was beyond the knowledge of most people. Stephanie felt like she had a dream. After she woke up, she forgot the content of the dream, but there was an incomparable feeling of insignificance in her heart, as if she had dreamed of something extremely terrifying. Just as she was in a daze, endless pain suddenly exploded in every corner of her body. Stephanie suddenly came back to her senses. Her expression changed, and she was alarmed. Just as she was about to retreat, the seawater around her started to spin rapidly, creating a terrifying suction force that made it difficult for her to escape. *T. Stephanie was shocked. The changes there were also transmitted to the surface of the sea. All the small whirlpools in this chaotic area were torn apart by the turbulence and merged into a supergiant whirlpool that looked like it was going to swallow the world. Rumble. The 10 calamity-grade supers in the sky all stopped and looked at the terrifying whirlpool that stretched as far as the eye could see in shock. In their eyes, the ocean was no longer an ocean, but a deep starry sky. This whirlpool was like a black hole in the starry sky. Deep, mysterious, and terrifying. It was like the mouth of an abyss. The only people who could create such a commotion could only be Han Xiao and Stephanie, who had entered the sea one after the other. What do they do in the sea? Wilton's eyes widened in shock. At the same time, in the sea, Stephanie felt like she had been thrown into a washing machine. She floated up and down in the whirlpool, enduring the terrifying tearing damage. In the center of the calmest whirlpool, Han Xiao held onto the void dimension tightly with both hands. A huge resistance came from his hands, and he could only maintain the current situation even with all his strength. The energy in his body was rapidly depleted and released through his hands. The evolved species this time is so strong. Han Xiao was also shocked by the effect of this attack. This move was the new innate ability of Void Distorter. Chapter 665. Race Evolution also had the effect of changing talents. After the evolution, Han Zhao's race talents changed as well. Advanced Void Travel was the universal talent of all Void species, so it did not change. However, Void Vision, Observer, Chaos Entity Release, and Observer's Mark were all replaced by Void Distorter's abilities. There were also 3 new talents: Void Molt, Void Distortion, and Void Ripple. Void Molt was an enhancement type ability. Due to the cells being modified by the Void energy, the Void genes would be strengthened. By burning energy with the Void attribute, one could enter an explosive state, increasing all their attributes and strengthening the Void attribute of their energy. Han Zhao's current silver-skinned, blue-striped, and black-eyed appearance was the result of activating this ability. His entire person looked very empty. No, it was void. Void Distorter's signature talent was Void Distortion. It could affect reality by pulling in the Void dimension. It was a large-scale AoE skill that consumed a lot of mana to maintain. It could also cause a psychological impact to enemies within its range. With his current strength, the range and power of Void Distortion were very impressive. It could be used as a normal combat method in battles of the same level. At this moment, the whirlpool was a phenomenon of Void Distortion that affected the outside world. It caught Stephanie off guard and spun her around. Her brain almost spilled out of her head. Void Ripple was a single target damage skill. It compressed and twisted the power of the Void, causing the power to be condensed and extremely explosive. Even Han Zhao's heart skipped a beat when he saw the theoretical damage. Most of this ability was true damage. Chaos Observer is mainly a support ability, while Void Distorter is a pure battle-type talent. It involves the power of space and is good at destruction, Han Xiao thought. Most of Void Distorter's abilities were related to space. Together with the changes brought by the Void energy, this race evolution had brought him a total of 4 abilities. Furthermore, this was the first time he had evolved. His potential had increased tremendously, giving him a lot of attributes. Han Xiao pulled the Void dimension with both hands, maintaining the whirlpool that was twisting the Void. He took the opportunity to observe the changes in his attributes after the race evolution. Every race evolution was a dividing line in terms of strength. He did some calculations. This time, he had gained a total of plus 132 STR, plus 224 DX, plus 220 IND, plus 507 INT, plus 169 MYS, plus 34 CHA, plus 5850 energy, and plus 11,300 STR. The effect was off the charts. Han Xiao was extremely satisfied. He looked at his attribute interface. Level 195 Main Class, Mechanic Race, Void Distorter, Human Form, Attributes, 468 STR, 898 DX, 940 Indy, 2,633 INT, 432 MYS, 139 CHA, 1 LUX free attribute points, 0 potential points, 15 health, 196560 stamina, 154720 energy, 25,530 LV, 12 LV, 12 energy bonuses, plus 169 STR, plus 239 DX, plus 269 Yendi, plus 336 INT, plus 206 MYS, plus 32520 stamina limit, plus 352% machinery affinity, super electromagnetic induction, energy rank, 20170 grade, A plus your grade, A plus mechanic. It's a pity that your brain is filled with muscles. Muscles my ass. My brain is full of wisdom. Okay. Han Xiao curled his lips and did not want to lower himself to the same level as the remark. Level 195. I've finally reached grade A+. Han Xiao looked at his experience storage. He had spent a lot of experience to level up 15 times in a row. At this stage, every level up required an astronomical amount of experience. He estimated that the remaining experience storage would allow him to level up more than 10 times. After reaching grade A+, his combat capability would skyrocket. Before his promotion, he would be able to fight against 90% of the Calamity grade supers. Now, Han Xiao estimated that there would not be many people at the same level that he would be afraid of. He was already at the top of the Calamity grade supers. However, as the saying went, flirtatious words come out of your mouth, but you're actually hiding it in your heart. For the time being, Han Xiao had no intention of provoking a beyond grade A super. Level 195 was comparable to a top Calamity grade supers, but he would only be able to reach beyond grade A super when he was around level 240. Just this difference of dozens of levels made Han Xiao not want to cause trouble. This was dozens of levels in the late stage. The difference between levels was much greater than in the early stage. With my current strength, I'll only be able to play around a little. Han Xiaoxin's state was stable. It was impossible for him to become arrogant. This time, more than half of his energy was used up. Han Xiao stopped distorting the void. The huge whirlpool was still there, but the speed of the whirlpool had slowed down. Without Han Xiao's void energy pulling her, Stephanie regained control of her body. She immediately got rid of the whirlpool and charged out of the sea. Han Xiao followed behind her and slowly flew into the sky. Wilton and the others saw that the two of them had finally left the sea. They all looked over and were shocked. Han Xiao looked like a pugilist with silver flames burning all over his body, while Stephanie was drenched and covered in wounds. She looked extremely haggard with fear still lingering on her face. Everyone understood. The two of them had obviously fought at the bottom of the sea. No one knew what ability Blackstar had used to create such a huge commotion. It looked like Stephanie had suffered a huge loss. Go! Han Xiao led the Mech Legion and charged forward, not giving Stephanie any time to catch her breath. His strength had increased tremendously, and he had recovered through his promotion. He immediately broke the fragile balance between the two of them and blew the horn to counterattack. The increase in intelligence increased the combat capability of the Mech Legion once again. Boom, boom, boom. The battle started again. Han Xiao entered the battle again and immediately overturned the stalemate. After his promotion, he immediately suppressed Stephanie and even had the strength to support his teammates. He controlled the rhythm of the battle by himself. The scales of victory slowly tilted. Stephanie felt the pressure increase drastically. She was completely on the defensive. Her face was filled with fear. She did not understand why Blackstar had suddenly become so much stronger when they were on par earlier. Was this his hidden trump card? Could it be that he could use battle to nurture battle and grow quickly in battle? She remembered that there were similar battle races in the universe. What could not kill them would make them stronger. Was Black Star also such a person? That made sense. No wonder Black Star had risen so quickly. He was probably one of those battle races with extraordinary talent. Many guesses flashed through Stephanie's mind. She looked back at her teammates who were covered in wounds and hesitated. Including her, everyone was already at the end of their rope. However, Black Star was still alive, and the helpers he called were also very difficult to deal with. After fighting for so long, Stephanie still could not see any hope of capturing Black Star. Retreat. Seeing that the situation was not good, Stephanie decided to retreat. She called her teammates and wanted to leave the battlefield. However, after fighting for a few hours, Stephanie and the others were exhausted. If they chose to fight head-on, they could have lasted for a long time. However, once they thought about retreating, they lost their drive and lost all their advantage. They were held back by Han Xiao, who was at his peak after his promotion. Han Xiao cooperated with Wilton and the others. They were a group of annoying little demons. Stephanie and the others retreated as they fought. They entered a vicious cycle where the more they wanted to retreat, the more passive they were. They felt like their bodies were hollowed out, and they could not escape. However, fighting head-on would only result in a slow death. Stephanie could only choose to retreat. Only then did she realize that she was in a dilemma. In the few hours of stalemate, they had exhausted too much energy because of Black Star. It was too late. If the enemy had retreated from the beginning, Han Xiao would not have been able to stop Stephanie and the others. However, it was too late to escape now. Han Xiao was well versed in boiling the frog in warm water. Now was the time to put the lid on the pot. He did not want these dangerous people to escape. Who knew what kind of trouble they would cause next time? When Stephanie realized what was going on, they had nowhere to run. The battlefield gradually shifted to land. Stephanie and the others finally reached the critical point. Han Xiao immediately activated his slaughter mode. Bang! He punched a heavily injured enemy mage. Void ripples surged into the target's body. This person's body shook violently. His body twisted like a fried dough twist, and blood spurted out. His health dropped to 0, and he fell into the rift. Swoosh! A psionic impact shot into the body of an enemy Esper. A dark blue ball of light expanded from his body. With a boom, this person exploded from the inside out, turning into blood. Dong! A heavy knee landed on the lower body of a pugilist. A large number of nanoparticles suddenly appeared on the knee, turning into a high-frequency particle vibration blade. As the knee pierced into the body of this pugilist, who had lost his energy defense, the nanoparticle blade quickly changed shape. The next moment, countless alloy spikes extended from the inside out, penetrating his muscles. It was as if his entire body had grown spikes. This only lasted for an instant. Han Xiao quickly retreated, and the nanoparticles retracted. The spikes on this person's body were all retracted. Blood spurted out from countless small holes, and he fell to the ground like a broken sack. One calamity grade super after another was killed by Han Xiao. Only Stephanie was left to resist. Her strength was indeed shocking. Even if she was alone, she still caused quite a bit of trouble for everyone. However, it was difficult to fight alone. Stephanie heavily injured 3 of her helpers. This was the last trouble she caused, and she was also defeated by Han Xiao. There was no exception. The few helpers risked their injuries and held her down tightly, unable to break free. Han Xiao pressed Stephanie, whose clothes were not even covering her body, onto the ground. Psionic impact did not stop, shooting one psionic impact after another at her face. Stephanie was held down by Wilton and the others, unable to resist. She could only let Han Xiao ravage her body. Han Xiao was having a great time. He just had to shoot her to death. This was the charm of a group fight. In the end, Stephanie was heavily injured and on the verge of death. She could not move at all. Her chest heaved up and down, and she only had half a breath left. Han Xiao did not kill her. He felt that it was still useful to keep her alive. Furthermore, Stephanie was a boss-level character, so it would be very useful to bring her back to be squeezed. Stephanie felt that her eyelids were extremely heavy. Before she fainted, she gathered her last bit of energy and looked at Han Xiao with hatred. When she was setting up the ambush, she did not even consider the possibility that she would die here. Black Star. Stephanie stared at Han Xiao, carving Han Xiao's image into her heart. Then her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. The whole place fell silent, leaving only dust floating in the air. We finally won. Han Xiao exhaled. Only then did he feel the tiredness in his body. He just wanted to lie down and have a good sleep. To be honest, Stephanie's trap was indeed very threatening. If he did not call for help in advance, he might have really been tricked. If he had advanced in advance and did not have the observer's mark to choose the battlefield, Black Star City would have been destroyed for sure. Unfortunately, the battle was already over. The result was set. Stephanie's team was wiped out. Thank you for your help. Han Xiao turned around and looked at Wilton and the others. He nodded at them. You're welcome. Wilton swallowed his saliva and did not dare be slow. He originally had some plans in mind, but now he was only wary of Han Xiao. This time, it was not as shocking as fighting the 8 Vanguard officials head-on. However, in this battle, how many Calamity grades had Black Star killed? Black Star had proven his ability to take hits the last time, and today, Wilton witnessed Han Xiao's lethality for the first time. Just thinking about it made Wilton's heart turn cold. Thankfully, Black Star is our ally. Wilton secretly heaved a sigh of relief. On the other side, Nagajan's face was sad. One of his comrades had died, and Han Xiao could not comfort him. He patted his shoulder. Ghidorah had sent people to help him. One of their Calamity-grade supers had died in battle, which was not a small loss for Ghidorah. Han Xiaoxin felt apologetic and remembered this favor. He secretly thought about how to compensate Ghidorah and deepen their bond. He was not someone who accepted help from others and took it for granted. Connections were something that could only be maintained if there was a reciprocal relationship. At this time, Han Xiao suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed. By the way, we can't rest yet. Philip, gather the disaster report and tell me the location. Han Xiao forced himself to stay alert, turned into a rainbow, and quickly left. He could not slack off now. He still had to deal with the disasters brought about by the battle. If he did not stop it in time, Blue Star would also be greatly damaged. Chapter 666. In the government building of Black Star City, Bennett was anxiously pacing back and forth. Most of the people around him had been sent out to deal with the disaster, and only a few officials were left in the room. They looked at Bennett anxiously, and everyone was nervous and hesitant. Other than the monotonous footsteps and heavy breathing, there was no other sound in the room. Bennett clenched his fists tightly, and his heart was filled with a deep sense of helplessness. Ever since Blue Star had connected to the galaxy, he had often felt this way. In a battle of this level, he realized that he was of no use and could only wait for Black Star's results. Although Bennett trusted Han Xiao, he was also prepared for the worst. He had already ordered his people to prepare for the evacuation. He could not let all the people gamble with him. This time, the officer in charge of the observation rushed in with an overjoyed tone. Your Excellency, the battle is over. Black Star won. Bennett's body trembled, and his tense body softened. His fists slowly relaxed. Everyone in the room was pleasantly surprised, and they could not help but cheer softly. I understand. Do your best to prepare for the disaster and reduce the losses as much as possible. Bennett suppressed his excitement and ordered in an orderly manner. This shocking battle had caused a disaster on the planet's surface, and they had to deal with the mess to reduce the subsequent losses. By the way, have you contacted Black Star? His Excellency Black Star just sent a message. He's leading people to deal with the disaster and needs our cooperation. Great. Cooperate with him fully and carry out all his orders. Bennett was overjoyed. The aftermath of the battle between more than 10 people caused earthquakes, tsunamis, hurricanes, and other disasters to erupt all over the planet. Thankfully, Han Xiao ended the battle quickly, and the disasters did not exceed the critical point. Among them, the storms on the sea were the easiest to deal with. Calamity-grade supers could extinguish the eye of the storm and make it dissipate, but disasters like earthquakes were difficult to reverse. Their main goal was to save the affected cities and reduce the losses. After spending a day and a night, Han Xiao, Wilton, and the others dealt with hundreds of disasters of various sizes and alleviated the urgent situation. In the next few months, there would be more chain disasters, but they were all within a predictable range. Blue Star still had some problems that he needed to solve, such as the follow-up plan for the Six Nations. However, Han Xiao was exhausted. He planned to rest for a day and familiarize himself with the changes after his advancement. Han Xiao brought the captives back to Black Star City. Bennett was busy with disaster relief, but he took the time to thank Han Xiao. Although the enemy had come for Han Xiao and Blue Star had suffered an unexpected calamity this time, Bennett was not an insensible person. Blue Star had ascended to heaven under the protection of Black Star and was tied to the same chariot as Han Xiao. Naturally, he would not blame this protector. If he wanted to be angry, he would be angry at the enemy's despicable methods. Wilton and the others bid farewell and left, hurrying back to report what they had seen. Han Xiao thanked them again for their help and discussed with Ghidorah Serbia V about the compensation for the calamity-grade casualties. Logically speaking, he did not have to compensate them, but Han Xiao would not be so reckless. Ghidorah only had about 20 calamity-grade supers, and losing even one was a huge loss. Serbia V's heart ached, and he only felt better when he heard that Han Xiao was going to compensate them. Amethyst Civilization found out about this through Wilton and contacted the Ghidorah Civilization, saying that they would pay a portion of the price for Han Xiao. Han Xiao's battle record of killing calamity-grade supers had raised his status, and Amethyst was even more optimistic about his potential. This action showed that they were completely trying to rope him in. Back in the room, Stephanie was still unconscious. Han Xiao did not hold back and squeezed her juice until she was weak. Stephanie was very strong, and Han Xiao could only imprison her without worry if she did not have the strength to resist. The third round of Prey had been completed. Han Xiao did not give out the reward immediately. He could draw a random ability from one of the 10 people in Stephanie's team. Fu Ding was not around, so Han Technician was not confident in this kind of lucky draw. He planned to draw the prize after returning to the headquarters. During the battle, he had leveled up to level 195 like a rocket. Truth Mechanic had reached the upper limit and triggered the requirements for the next phase of his class advancement. This time, it was a Comma Mechanic class advancement mission, which required him to build a machine that met the requirements. Han Xiao had triggered such a mission before, but this time, the class advancement mission's difficulty matched his level, and the requirements were extremely harsh. Most of the equipment and items could be ranked from low to high quality. Poor gray, normal white, good green, excellent blue, excellent purple, rare pink, and legendary orange. Orange equipment was the best among them. However, other than these general grades, there were 2 special grades, silver and gold. Gold equipment was the most special grade and extremely rare. It represented a universal treasure level item, and there were not many of them in the entire universe. To give a good example, the Purple Potatoes 6-star gold-plated gloves were a treasure of this level. As for silver equipment, it was an additional quality that represented the attribute of inheritance. If an item with a famous historical event or glory was passed down, it would become a silver equipment and obtain additional bonuses. The legacy attribute could coexist with the general grade. For example, an item could be both orange and silver. The class advancement mission this time required Han Xiao to build a piece of legacy orange equipment, which was commonly known as epic equipment. The legacy mode of mechanical equipment was blueprints, which meant that he had to find a special person to learn a silver legacy blueprint, build it, and reach orange quality. At the same time, the class advancement mission also had a requirement for the equipment level. The minimum level required was level 180. Therefore, I have to find a level 180 mechanical equipment heritage blueprint and build orange equipment. Han Zhao's mouth twitched. Even a Mountain 8 mechanical suits requirement had not reached level 180 yet. Damn it. I think you're making things difficult for me, Black Star. Han Xiao remembered many ways to obtain silver legacy blueprints, but there were very few level 180 legacy equipment, and the way to obtain them was very complicated. Moreover, the higher the level of the blueprint, the harder it was to create a high-quality product. Han Xiao calculated that with his current intelligence and machinery affinity, he would be able to create level 180 pink equipment at most. Han Xiao shook his head. Although this mission was difficult, it was not completely hopeless. Moreover, it was a crafting mission, so there was no risk. He did not need to rely on mission completion cards to try his luck. He felt that the lottery might be more difficult. Legacy blueprints are not a problem, but my attributes are not enough to create level 180 orange equipment. Do I have to learn a new subclass to support my attributes? Han Xiao thought for a while and rejected this idea. In the later stages, leveling up would become more and more difficult. The cost-effectiveness of a main class was much higher than a subclass. Moreover, there was a promotion mission at level 200, so the benefits of subclasses were very low. He did not want to waste his EXP, and the EXP on the interface was the most cost-effective for leveling up his main class. After all, it was still a long time before the players went online, so it was best to save as much as possible. There were not many subclasses that he needed at the moment. Furthermore, Han Xiao had better choices. If I don't want to increase my attributes, I'll have to find some mechanic class talents, Han Xiao pondered. Thinking about Reynolds' talent, he could not help but feel envious. If he could obtain perfect mechanical sense, he would be able to complete the requirement directly. Sadly, perhaps because his posture was not right, Reynolds did not trigger the mission. I'll find a chance to get some mechanic class talents. No matter what, I'm still a mechanic. Glancing at the unconscious Stephanie, Han Zhao's eyes narrowed, and he could not help but feel a sense of urgency. The unexpected reward this time was knowing the master behind these hunters. The Ancient One, Thousand Shadows, was the real enemy. The deterrence of a Beyond grade made Han Xiaoxin's head feel heavy. Thousand Shadows was even more frightening than the tyrant. Wiping out Stephanie's team was not the end. He had only won some time to catch his breath. Who knew who Thousand Shadows would send to deal with him next time? With Albert and Stephanie as examples, the next mission would definitely be more dangerous. I still need more power. Han Xiao had an urgent desire. Over the past few days, Han Xiao had been staying in Blue Star to help, and the disaster was under control. Stephanie did not say a word after waking up. Han Xiao did not know what to do with her for the time being, so he just locked her up. With the entire team wiped out, no one maintained the fake memories of the leaders of the Six Nations. The leaders of the Six Nations recovered one after another as if they had just woken up from a dream. The upper echelons of the Six Nations learned about their actions after they lost their memories from the records. Everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale. Oh my God, what have we done? Everyone still had lingering fears. Thankfully, Black Star had gotten rid of the mastermind behind the scenes. Otherwise, they would have been controlled forever and made a huge mistake. The Six Nations were worried that Black Star would misunderstand them, so they immediately expressed their stance and stated that the declaration of war was a misunderstanding. At the same time, the leaders of the Six Nations hurriedly contacted Bennett to explain the reason and beg for forgiveness. Bennett did not reply and only invited the leaders of the Six Nations to a meeting, saying that this planet had just suffered a disaster and needed to discuss the future development plan. Bennett's attitude seemed to be that he did not intend to pursue their actions after their memories were tampered with. In the eyes of the Six Nations' upper echelons, this represented Han Zhao's intention. The upper echelons of the Six Nations heaved a sigh of relief and rushed to Black Star City excitedly for the meeting. They had already memorized a script in advance and planned to explain the situation clearly to get rid of the blame on them. However, the direction of the situation was completely different from what they had imagined. To Black Star, the Blue Star Army existed in name only, so the upper echelons of the Six Nations did not take any precautions. However, They did not expect that the moment they got off the plane, Bennett would capture all of them, causing the upper echelons of the Six Nations to turn pale with fright. All the upper echelons of the Six Nations were escorted to the meeting room and saw Han Xiao, who had been waiting for a long time. "Your Excellency Black Star, what is the meaning of this? You must have misunderstood us. Please allow me to explain." Seeing Han Xiao's expressionless face, everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and they hurriedly tried to explain. Han Xiao waved his hand and gestured for everyone to shut up. "If not for me, all of you would have been wiped out in the mutation disaster. You declared war on me and went back on our agreement. I am very disappointed, but we were controlled by someone. You clearly know that." One of the upper echelons said anxiously. "That's right, you were controlled by someone." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said, "So you can treat it as if nothing happened? What if the protective shield of Black Star City was unable to block the missiles that you fired?" Everyone was speechless and felt wronged. Many of them could vaguely sense Han Xiao's meaning, and their faces changed. Han Xiao slapped the table and said, "All of you are also victims, and I will not kill you. However, this matter cannot be let off so easily." "You mean?" someone said with trepidation. "Dissolve your governments and let Bennett take over. This civilization does not need so many governments. One is enough." From the perspective of civilization development, unifying the entire world was very important. It could significantly increase the efficiency of resources, and too many governments would only cause internal friction. The governments of the Six Nations would become redundant, wasting talents and resources. They were practically a burden for the Blue Star civilization. Because they did not have an iron-fisted government, the Blue Star civilization had been in a state of division for a very long time. This matter made Han Xiao feel that the time was ripe, and he could make use of it to make a fuss. Together with a negative public opinion of the Six Nations declaring war on him, he could reduce the resistance of the people to the greatest extent. Even if there would be a period of pain, in the long run, the civilization would become healthier. Furthermore, there were too many benefits to taking over a civilization. As long as the technology of the Blue Star civilization could keep up with the galactic era, it would be able to become the logistics base of the Black Star Corps. Han Zhao's words were like a bolt from the blue. The upper echelons of the Six Nations were all stunned, and their faces were filled with disbelief. You want to destroy the Six Nations?" One of the leaders said with a trembling voice. There was anger and fear in his voice. If Black Star used force, they would not have the slightest chance to resist. "Destroy the Six Nations?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. He stood up, walked to the window, and opened the curtains. From the sky, he could see many cities, crowds, and floating trains coming and going. "That's a country." Han Xiao pointed out the window and then pointed at the officials of the Six Nations in the room. "You're not." Chapter 667. The action of disbanding the Six Nations government was swift and decisive. Han Zhao's strength, influence, and reputation in Blue Star completely crushed the Six Nations. Even if the officials of the Six Nations were unwilling, they did not have the chance to retaliate. In front of such overwhelming power, they realized that if Black Star wanted to take over Blue Star, it would be a piece of cake. However, he did not do so until now. If it was in the past, Bennett would not have agreed to this plan, but after this battle, he was willing to take on more responsibility. In his eyes, the future of the entire civilization was more important. The Six Nations were simply too unreliable. The disbanding of the Six Nations was done peacefully. Both Han Xiao and Bennett did not want a war to break out in Blue Star. The bloody example of the old era was right in front of them, so Han Zhao's target was only the government of the Six Nations. From top to bottom, they would be replaced. The upper echelons of the Six Nations were arrested, and Bennett's men were stationed in the government. The other officials at all levels were greatly alarmed, but there was little resistance. The declaration of war by the Six Nations had not only caused them to lose the hearts of the people, but also the loyalty of many lower-level officials. The government was not a monolithic block, and every official had their own independent thoughts. In the entire Blue Star, Han Zhao's reputation was better than the Six Nations. Bennett removed some of the upper echelons, but kept most of the middle and lower-level officials. The Six Nations had a vast territory, and they needed these original managers to manage everything. Furthermore, the pyramid structure of power would only shake when the bottom was removed. The original political structure was not suitable to be replaced immediately, or else it would cause chaos. After all, most of the middle and lower-level officials were just trying to make a living. As long as there was no invasion, they did not mind changing their salary. Even the upper echelons were not of the same mind. Some of them were willing to change their positions and work for Bennett's new government. Gu Hui was one of them. He was extremely disappointed with the original government, and when he saw Han Xiao take over the Six Nations, he was conflicted between patriotism and racial justice. In the end, the latter prevailed. Since things had already come to this point and could not be changed, the best thing to do was to stay here and contribute to the civilization as a whole. Gu Hui knew very well that Han Xiao was not an ambitious person. It might be a better choice for him to lead Blue Star. After the dust had settled, Han Xiao announced this to the entire world. Unsurprisingly, this news caused a huge commotion, and the people of the Six Nations were instantly in an uproar. Although many people were dissatisfied with the declaration of war by the Six Nations, they did not expect that their own government would be gone in such a short time. Countless people were worried that another era of chaos was about to begin. However, after some time, they realized that their lives had not changed much. The original territories of the Six Nations were divided into 6 special zones, and most of the original laws and regulations were retained. Bennett knew that this matter had to be done step by step. This way of transition would reduce the impact and allow the people to slowly get used to the existence of the new government. Reality was not a fairy tale. Even though Han Zhao's image on planet Aquamarine was like that of a savior, there were still passionate patriots who protested. Every government knew how to cultivate hardcore supporters, but at the same time, there were also those who took advantage of the opportunity to do something. Similar pains would definitely occur when a civilization was unified, but even more people were silent and had mixed feelings. After all, the Six Nations had launched missiles at Black Star City first, so they had no right to complain about others retaliating. For the majority of the people, as long as their lives did not change, they would not stand up for the changes in the government. The people of planet Aquamarine had experienced countless wars and disasters, and they cherished their stable lives even more. Furthermore, many of them were wanderers from the old era and were not loyal to the Six Nations. They had a clearer understanding of the changes in the government, and this greatly reduced the resistance. This was also one of the reasons why Han Xiao dared to do this. Furthermore, since entering the interstellar era, the traditional concepts have been challenged. In the eyes of most people, the boundaries of countries had long been blurred, replaced by the concept of race. As long as they were the same race, they were on the same side. Whether a country was important or not depended on who it was compared to. The survival of a regime obviously could not be compared to the continuation of an entire race. So most people did not reject Bennett's new government. At the very least, everyone was Blue Star. Furthermore, Bennett had Black Star behind him, so he was much more reliable than the Six Nations. After the entire civilization was unified, Bennett finally decided on the name of the new regime, the Aquamarine Federation. Naming a regime after a planet was easier for the people to accept. Although Han Xiao understood the meaning behind this name, he still felt that it was a pain in the ass. Aquamarine Federation? Why does it sound like a clothing store? However, no matter what the name of the Blue Star regime was, it would still be his logistics base. The situation was basically settled, and the problems left behind by the enemy were dealt with. The storm this time finally calmed down. Taking over the Six Nations brought about a lot of follow-up problems, and Bennett and the others were extremely busy. Han Xiao estimated that it would take a few years for him to digest everything, and Blue Star would also need some time to get over the pain. The benefits of a unified civilization would gradually become apparent over time. With the matter settled, Han Xiao did not stay any longer and brought Stephanie back to Planet Golden Gate Base Number 1. The battle with the Vanguard official more than a month ago had caused Han Xiao's reputation to skyrocket. This time, Black Star's feat of killing multiple Calamity-grade supers shocked the entire starfield. The Amethyst civilization did not hide this matter. They believed Han Xiao's words and thought that Stephanie and the others were assassins sent by Clint. They spread the news of Clint's failure to assassinate Han Xiao in order to boost morale and reduce the negative impact of the loss of the front line. The people of the Clint civilization were dumbfounded when the blame fell from the sky. We do want to kill Black Star, but we haven't done anything yet. When do we send people? That's right. It must be some other star cluster civilization that sent people to assassinate Black Star. Regardless of whether they succeed or fail, they can push the blame to us. Clint was furious. F***CK. Blame me again? Do these be *cheese think I'm the king of blame? There will always be people who want to harm me. Although the two sides were at war, Clint was not willing to be blamed for their failure and publicly announced that it was all fabricated. Purple Crystal's answer was simple. I won't listen to you. I'll beat you to death. The two sides were at war, and the government was at war. Many organizations in the Shattered Star Ring were watching the show between Purple Crystal and Clint like spectators. Han Xiao, who had caused this incident, also received a lot of attention. Black Star had finally grasped psionic energy, and this made many organizations even more wary. This meant that Black Star's threat had greatly increased. Killing Calamity-grade supers consecutively was worthy of his status as a beyond grade A seed. This kind of lethality was even more terrifying than just being able to take a beating. All of a sudden, Han Xiao's fame and status in the entire star field rose again. While the other star cluster civilizations were shocked, they also secretly raised Han Xiao's position in the list of beyond grade A seeds. On the way to base number 1, Han Xiao deeply felt the impact of this matter. His face could be seen everywhere, and when he returned to the base, he realized that the respect and admiration in the eyes of many mercenaries was even stronger. This trip back to Blue Star took about 20 days, and there were only 10 days left of the holiday. After returning to the base, Han Xiao first checked the operations of the Black Star Corps during this period. More than 10,000 mercenaries in the various training camps had become permanent members, and they had added another 100 battleships. My mech legion has been greatly depleted. There are still 10 days left, and I can replenish them. After returning to the battlefield after the holiday, Han Xiao decided to make use of the remaining time to build an army. Before that, he had to settle the third round of prey rewards. Recently, Fu Ding did not go out. Han Xiao found Fu Ding, chatted with him for a while, and then touched Fu Ding a few times. Only then did he let go of Fu Ding, who had a weird expression on his face. It feels pretty good. Chun Xing, who finally came out to get some fresh air, blushed a little and quickly returned control of the body to Fu Ding. Fu Ding's ability was getting stronger and stronger, and he could already suppress Chun Xing alone. Plus, his relationship with Chun Xing had warmed up, so he would let her come out to get some fresh air from time to time, and Han Xiao happened to bump into her. However, although the soul was not the same person, the body was still the same. Third round completed. Please select the target to draw abilities from. There were a total of 10 enemies, and Han Xiao only took a fancy to the abilities of 2 of them. One was Stephanie, and the other was that mechanic. If he drew from the enemy mechanic, there was a high chance that he would get a mechanic talent. Both of them were mechanics, and their abilities were perfectly compatible. If he drew from Stephanie, she was different from Shauna. Stephanie's Esper ability was completely incompatible with his, so the effect of her Esper ability would definitely be weakened. The best result would be to get a molding talent, but that could only depend on luck. After thinking for a few seconds, Han Xiao made a decision. Mechanic talents were great, but molding talents were hard to come by. What difference was there between a person and a salted fish without dreams? Bet on it. You have received. Draw one of Stephanie's abilities, ability/talent. Tip: Stephanie is an Esper. Some of the abilities that can be drawn have been adjusted according to your class. Randomizing. Randomizing complete. Please select one from the following 5 abilities as the reward. 1. Cell resonance. Ability. You can adjust your body's condition by vibrating your cells and increase the efficiency of your cells to produce energy. Recovers 11% of your energy and removes 1 negative status. Costs 1,500 stamina. Cooldown 90s2. Electromagnetic resonance. Ability. Affects the frequency of electromagnetic waves. Can block some communication methods and radar detection, or affect the brain waves of an individual. There's a chance to inflict 3 negative statuses on the target: confusion, hallucination, and abnormal excitement. The closer the distance, the higher the negative statuses. Success rate depends on INT. Costs 150 energy. Cooldown 6s3. Stress critical hit. Ability. You can easily discover the structural weakness of an item. Your next attack will inflict critical hit and deal 3 chain damage of 5% to 15% of your attack. There's a chance to inflict heavy injury. Costs 240 energy. Cooldown 28s4. Will to fight to the death. Talent plus 180 END, minus 75 INT, minus 25 LUK. 5. Legendary battle technique. Talent. For every 3 attacks, the third attack will deal an additional 35% of the theoretical damage. Han Xiao was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. I really got a molding talent. Chapter 668. The effects of the 5 abilities were not bad, and they all had their own strengths. Cell resonance could instantly recover energy and clear a debuff at the same time. It could be used by any class, and it was a powerful support ability. Electromagnetic resonance was also a good support ability that could reduce the strength of the target. When facing opponents of the same level, it could quickly gain an advantage. Stress critical hit was an explosive damage skill. Although it had only 1 use, it was still passable. Will to fight to the death was a tank-type talent. The plus 180 bonus to Yendi was not low, but it had a negative effect. Han Xiao felt that he was enough as a tank and was not interested in this talent at all. Luckily, the lowest attribute is 0. Otherwise, with my single-digit luck, it would be a double-digit luck. Han Xiao complained. What surprised him was the 5th option, legendary battle technique. This was a proper molding talent. Furthermore, it was one of the top battle technique talents. For every 3 attacks, the third attack would deal 35% true damage. This talent was a passive ability and did not consume any energy. It was equivalent to his attack power, increasing by a large margin. With the attack speed of a Calamity Grade Super, how many times could a Calamity Grade Super attack be triggered in a single second? This was really awesome. You have received Legendary Battle Technique. I'm rich. I've earned big this time. Han Zhao's chest trembled in excitement. He hurried to the combat training room to test his new talent. The floor cracked open, and the alloy wall to test the damage rose. Han Xiao hammered the wall. True damage ignored defense. For example, if an attack with a theoretical damage of 10,000 was reduced by 50% by the target's defense, it could deal 5,000 damage with 35% true damage. That was equivalent to 5,000 plus 3,500 damage, almost double the damage. If the attack was completely blocked by a shield, magic shield, or mechanical heavy armor, the effect of true damage would be applied to the shield value and armor value. Only when the enemy actually took the attack would it deal true damage to the enemy. Therefore, magic tanks and mechanical tanks were slightly better off, but tank types would be completely countered by this move. That was close. If it wasn't for the leader's ability, I'm afraid I would have suffered a lot from her beating. Han Xiao jiggled his chest muscles and secretly rejoiced. No wonder Stephanie was a boss-type character. This ability was insane. Han Zhao's eyes flashed with excitement. His ability as a tank was already extremely strong. In comparison, although the attack power of his army style was not weak, it was not as important as his ability as a tank because he often fought against opponents of a higher level or was surrounded. Most of the time, he relied on his ability as a tank to wear down his opponents. In truth, if they only used the orthodox army style, if they fought against Han Xiao in a one-on-one battle, they would only end up being crushed by him. This was especially true after Han Xiao had mastered psionic energy. He did not need to rely on his tank ability to fight against many enemies, and he was extremely powerful. However, the HP/MP conversion was simply too eye-catching, and it was a boss-level ability. This caused the army style to lose a lot of its luster. His indestructible body nickname had suppressed his existence as a mechanic for far too long. However, it was different now. Legendary combat technique was already powerful enough in the hands of others, but in the hands of an army-style mechanic, the effect was insane. In his previous life, there was a similar NPC as an example. Han Technician knew that this talent could be used on summoned creatures and the Mech Legion. The summoned creatures would enjoy the bonus of the mage's talent through the mana connection, and the Mech Legion would share the effect of this talent through the mechanical force enhancement. After all, the Mech Legion was also considered as a type of mechanical equipment and would receive the same bonuses as the weapons in their hands. Han Xiao opened up a few elite mechanical soldiers that he carried around with him to test and figure out the mechanism of this talent. Machines that received the bonus of mechanical force would have the effect of legendary combat technique by default. This meant that the same machine would be able to trigger one true damage every time it attacked 3 times instead of counting the total number of attacks. To put it simply, an Oathkeeper would have to attack 3 times to trigger the talent. If it was the psionic sky cannon, it would also have to attack 3 times to trigger the talent. However, the Oathkeeper would only attack twice, and the third attack would be fired by the sky cannon, which would not trigger the talent. This meant that the number of attacks of each machine would be counted separately and would not stack. Han Xiao could not help but fantasize. If the total number of attacks was calculated, it would be equivalent to 100 machines firing once, and 33 out of 100 attacks would be true damage. It would really be like sweeping through the world. Why would he still need a bicycle? After giving himself a gentle slap, Han Xiao reluctantly put away his fantasy. Phew, although the number of attacks can't be counted separately, it's still insane enough. Han Xiao was already very satisfied. The calculation mechanism was that 100 machines would fire 3 times in a row, a total of 300 attacks, and the last 100 would all be true damage. The ratio of true damage was the same as the total number of attacks, but the difference was that the frequency of attacks would be reduced. However, this talent did not need to hit the enemy to take effect. 3 slashes in the air could still trigger it. This meant that the timing of the talent's activation could be controlled. If used well, it could even cause every machine that hit the enemy to deal true damage. Han Xiao immediately thought of all sorts of ways to operate it, and he became excited. A powerful talent could cause a person's combat strength to undergo an earth-shattering change. In Han Technician's eyes, legendary battle technique was on the same level as the ability to convert health to energy. It would once again increase the damage of the Mech Legion. If I can realize this idea, my actual combat strength will probably increase by several times. I might really be able to sweep through anyone below beyond grade A. Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and the excitement in his heart almost burst out. The effect of this wave of looting was simply fantastical. Prey was indeed a hidden mission. The mission description of using battle to support battle was not just for show. Although he had been targeted by 1,000 shadows to be able to obtain this talent, Han Xiao felt that it was worth it. Not only was it worth it, but it was even worth it. Han Xiao opened his interface and browsed through it. He was so strong that even he was afraid of it. He was worried that after returning to the main battlefield, the enemy would only send a few people to stall him and reduce his threat level. But now, if there were fewer people, he could go on a killing spree. Han Xiao locked himself in the machinery modification room. Making use of the last 10 days, he planned to adjust Philip's battle control mode so that the mechanical army could display the power of the legendary grade battle technique. For example, He could specifically leave a cannon unit for the third attack on standby and use the other units of the army to distract the enemy and create an opportunity to focus fire, ensuring that the enemy would receive tons of damage. However, this required a large number of calculation modules for the army to work together. The matters of the Black Star Corps would be handled by Haluz and the others, so he did not need to worry. Increasing his strength as the leader was the main way to increase the status of the Black Star Corps. The secret war in the Colton Star Cluster was in full swing. The flames of war were everywhere in the West Wind, Chida, and Kaya star systems. The two sides had different thoughts. Ralph was prepared to remind Black Star to return to the battlefield. He needed him to stabilize the situation of the high-level combatants. Jord, who was in the Bloodshed Lands Command Center, was also wary of Black Star, who had disappeared for 2 months. At the same time, in the palace of the Hidden Red Robe Abbey, in the center of the palace, Austin was floating about 4 meters above the ground. His loose robe that did not fit him dragged all the way to the ground. Desero and the other forbidden sorcerers were beside him. I didn't expect that he would change so much. Austin slowly opened his eyes and sighed. The surrounding forbidden sorcerers all had strange expressions on their faces. Some time ago, Austin had summoned Lagi, and everyone had watched the entire conversation. Lagi was Austin's 4th disciple. All the mages present had followed Austin for a long time, and everyone knew Lagi. However, when they met again after such a long time, the former forbidden sorcerer commander who used to be swift and decisive was like a completely different person. Everyone could not imagine what Lagi had gone through in the past few years. However, Austin shook his head. Although his personality has changed, his heart is still as determined as before. He actually rejected me so straightforwardly. After banishing Lagi for so many years, Austin had already forgiven him for his past mistakes. Thus, he asked Lagi if he was willing to return his side. To his surprise, Lagi did not hesitate at all and was determined to return to Black Star's side. Although Lagi acted casually, Austin could tell that Lagi was actually very grateful to Black Star for saving him and no longer had any attachment to the Hidden Red Robe Abbey. Black Star had replaced his position and obtained Lagi's initial loyalty. Lagi was not only doing this out of gratitude, but also because he was optimistic about Black Star's future. When he saw the observer's mark on Lagi's head, he also understood what Han Shao meant. He wanted to use the observer's mark even though he knew that it would be discovered. This was to show that he valued Lagi. Seeing this, Austin did not force it and was willing to fulfill his wish. Following a beyond grade, a seed is destined to be filled with danger. Don't die. Austin sighed. At the dock outside the palace, Lagi was walking toward the spaceship. When he arrived, many forbidden sorcerers came out to welcome him. When he left, he was alone, and no one sent him off. Turning around, he took one last look at this mage palace that he was once extremely familiar with. A hint of nostalgia appeared in his eyes. He shook his head and strode onto the spaceship. Chi! The cabin door closed, covering his lonely yet straight back. The spaceship slowly rose into the air, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 669. In the Happy Hut, an interrogation was going on. Who ordered you guys to do this? Han Shao pretended to yell. Stephanie's entire body was bound by electromagnetic restraints. High-voltage electricity flowed through her body, and white smoke came out. She did not seem to feel anything. She looked at Han Shao in front of her calmly. Her face was pale and weak. Her lips parted slightly as she said in a low voice, I told you, you won't get any information from me. Han Shao narrowed his eyes and did not say anything. The prey mission was not over yet, and the 4th round was still inactive. 1,000 shadows could share the senses of the shadow to a certain extent. Han Shao did not want to expose that he knew the truth, which would increase the danger of the next round. Therefore, in the past few days, he would pretend to interrogate Stephanie whenever he was free and pretend that he did not know about 1,000 shadows. Regardless of whether I'm fighting with the air or not, it's never wrong to be cautious. Han Shao thought to himself. Han Xiao had already extracted hundreds of vials of gene medicine from her. Grade A+ supers were much more durable than Grade B supers. They were like cows with higher yields. However, Han Xiao was a little hesitant about what to do with Stephanie. If he did not know that the enemy behind her was Thousand Shadows, Han Xiao might have kept her alive to extract more genes. However, Thousand Shadows could sense the shadow, and keeping Stephanie alive was a huge threat. Han Xiao's eyes changed. In the end, he sighed. Mechanical force flashed, and nanoparticles shot out from the compressed orbs. Like black quicksand, they clung to his arm, turned into a psionic cannon, and pressed against Stephanie's head. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded. It took a long time before silence returned. The door opened. Han Xiao walked out and shook his head. He did not want to leave any threats behind. Although Stephanie's experience was quite tragic, he would not go easy on her. Thousand Shadows Shadow had lost its sense of self and could not escape from its control. Death was a release. Killing Stephanie gave him a 280% reward for killing an enemy above his level. He received more than 350 million EXP in total, which allowed him to recover some of his remaining EXP pool. He also received a Stephanie character summon card. Character summon card, Stephanie. Resonance penetration. Reduces target's physical defense by 50% to 80% through close range resonance. For every 100 Yendi the target has, the target can be exempted from 1 second of duration. Basic duration is 24 seconds, at least 3 seconds. Usage 0/4 Han Xiao closed his eyes and thought back to what had just happened. When she was struggling for her life, Stephanie seemed to have found herself for a brief moment. He clearly saw the gratitude in Stephanie's eyes as she faded away with her life. At this moment, a notification suddenly popped up on the interface. You have triggered the mission, Stephanie's Last Wish. Mission Introduction. Before she dies, she begged for your help to make up for the biggest regret of her life. Mission Requirement. Find a last bloodline of the Antar people. Reward. 15 million experience note. This mission is a relic mission. Some people may be interested in it. A quest has been triggered. Han Xiao was a little surprised. The Antarlians were Stephanie's civilization, and they had already disappeared in the river of history. It seemed like not being able to protect her civilization was her eternal regret. However, after becoming Thousand Shadows Shadow, her obsession was twisted, and she could only remember it in her final moments. Relic missions were a special type of mission. The rewards on the interface were very little, but most of the time, they would involve places that had been buried by the dust of history. Exploring the relic would give him additional rewards. If I have time, I should do it, Han Xiao thought to himself. The holiday was about to end. Han Xiao thought for a while, took out his communicator, flipped through his contact list, found Ralph's number, and initiated the call. Kaya, star system. In the vast universe, a dense battleship formation was moving stealthily. This was a complete guerrilla fleet of Section 0. Their main force came from the new Phylan rebels, and most of their battleships were assault models. In the main control room of the Glorious Crow flagship, Commander Mord and the staff officers were having a tactical meeting around a silver-white table. The people in charge of the other organizations in this fleet were listening by the side. Above the table was a blue 3D star map, marking the Bloodshed Land's strongholds and fleets. The color was dark red, which represented high risk. In our tactical sector, there are 12 Bloodshed Land strongholds. This operation is the highest order from the Battle Command. Including us, there are a total of 27 fleets participating in this tactical operation. What do you all think? Mord was a human from the Phylan race. His body was slender and looked weak, but the strength of the muscle fibers in his body was no weaker than alloy. He weighed more than a ton, and he was one of the upper echelons of the new Phylan rebels. He was a calamity-grade mechanical pugilist, and his body was fused with semi-organic metals. His body was extremely tough, and he was a mechanical pugilist of the body mechanical soldier style. After Han Xiao temporarily withdrew from the main battlefield, the situation of the secret war changed drastically. The main forces of the Bloodshed Land gathered with the Vanguard Army, and they continued to expand the stronghold territories of the West Wind, Chida, and Kaya star systems. In 2 months, they built hundreds of stronghold planets that would help each other. The stronghold locations were carefully selected, and their influence covered several star zones, completing the first strategic blueprint. The ruling civilizations of the 3 star systems did not interfere in this unofficial secret war. According to rumors, the Bloodshed Land had already sent out envoys to contact and negotiate with these 3 star systems. Although only 2 months had passed, according to the data and public opinion polls of the Neutral Intelligence Organization, the Amethyst civilization's influence in the West Wind, Chida, and Kaya star systems had dropped by about 13.7%. Weakening Purple Crystal's influence in the border star systems was the Clint Kingdom's general strategy. While it was true that star systems were the territory of star clusters, the territories of star clusters were planned out later on. Star system civilizations and star cluster civilizations were not absolute subordinates. If Amethyst's influence in the star systems declined too much, the star systems would be recruited by Clint and pressured by the Red Empire in the future. They would declare independence and join Clint. Even if the border star systems of the Colton star cluster and Clint Sol cluster were separated by a desolate universe belt, these border star systems could be reclassified into Clint's Sol cluster territory. With the star cluster level Stargate technology, distance was not a limit. In order to reclassify the star cluster territory, the most important thing was the support of a universal civilization. This was the reason why Clint had the confidence to take over a star system. Amethyst was half neutral. Unless Amethyst was willing to become a vassal of a universal civilization like Clint, the Radiant Federation would not help. Hebra the Tyrant's army was made up of experienced elites. They were publicly recognized as one of the top armed forces in the Shattered Star Ring. If they fought head-on, Section 0 would not be their match. Compared to the powerful Bloodshed Land, Section 0's biggest advantage was their strategic depth. The Battle Command had adopted Han Zhao's suggestion and made adjustments. During the 2 months when Bloodshed Land's momentum was at its strongest, they had changed their tactics and used their strategic depth to exchange for opportunities. They did not care about short-term gains and losses for the time being and used the vast star system area to disperse Bloodshed Land's forces. They focused on harassment and surprise attacks, fighting guerrilla warfare while waiting for an opportunity. Mord and the others were discussing a large-scale counterattack that had been brewing for a long time. They were going to blow the horn of counterattack. Bloodshed Land's army in the West Wind star system is the largest. With 8 Vanguard officials gathered together, no one other than Black Star can fight against them. The Kaya star system is the war zone with the least Bloodshed Land troops in comparison, so it's the best place to break through, one of the strategists said. Moore nodded. The strategic goal of this operation is to eliminate the 12 Bloodshed Land strongholds in this sector. The enemy is helping each other and is connected to the 12 strongholds through a hyperdrive base station. Even if the reinforcements are very fast, their overall strength will not change. Our 27 fleets will attack the various stronghold planets to disperse the enemy's forces and pull the battle line. Then, the Blade Squad will destroy this hyperdrive base station and make the enemy lose the ability to quickly shift the battlefield. After that, we will quickly eliminate the 12 strongholds and eliminate the lone reinforcements. Everyone nodded. The commander's tactical course manual had recorded a large number of tactical examples. This was the correct way to deal with the hyperdrive base station. The attacking side would have the initiative, and the tactics of Section 0's battle command were simple and efficient. The 27 fleets could be divided into 4 types: the containment force, the feint force, the standby force waiting to attack the stronghold, and the Blade Squad to attack the hyperdrive base station. Mord knocked on the table with a solemn expression. We are one of 3 Blade Squads. The enemy has placed a large number of troops in the hyperdrive base station, so our mission is very important. When everyone arrives at the designated location, we will begin the operation, The adjutant was halfway through his sentence when a communication signal suddenly appeared on the 3D star map, interrupting him. Ralph's figure appeared. With his hands behind his back, he looked around and said in a clear voice, "This operation will be postponed for now. A new batch of reinforcements will participate in this operation. Mord, stand by nearby and wait for the reinforcements to connect. He will attack the hyperdrive base station with you." Delaying the operation for new reinforcements? Everyone was stunned. Mord was the first to react. He frowned and asked, "Who is the reinforcements?" When Ralph heard this, a satisfied smile appeared on his face as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. Black Star. Mord's eyes lit up. It's actually him. After the shocking battle 2 months ago, Black Star had retreated from the main battlefield. Now he was finally back. With such a strong helper, our chances of winning are even higher. At least in terms of high-level combatants, we have the advantage. Mord nodded heavily. No wonder the operation was delayed. If it was to wait for Black Star, then it was acceptable. Black Star could share the pressure of the enemy's high-level combatants. A few days later, the Black Star Corps fleet arrived at the Kaya star system and met up with Mord. The main ship docked, and Mord waited on the bridge with many captains. The hatch in the distance opened, and a man in black walked in, followed by a group of people dressed as mercenaries. Han Shao had brought 600 battleships with him this time. Haluz, Harmon, and other Grade B officers accompanied him. Reynold was in charge of logistics, and Loggy was not back yet. Mord quickly sized him up, walked up, and extended his hand enthusiastically. "I'm Mord, the commander of this guerrilla force. I'm from the New Phylan Army. Welcome to the team, Black Star." "Hello, brother." Han Shao shook his hand and shook it. "Then, I'll get straight to the point. The plan this time is like this." The two of them walked side by side, and Mord explained the steps of the operation to Han Shao. The others followed behind, and they all headed to the main control room. Han Shaoxin listened to Mord's explanation. When he accepted the mission, Ralph had already told him the details, and he was repeating it now. Ralph had been waiting for him to come back to fight. As soon as the holidays ended, he had sent Han Shao to the Kaya star system to participate in this counterattack mission that had been planned for a long time. In the past 2 months, Han Shao had basically completed all of his goals. He had learned high-end knowledges, completed the reconstruction of his mechanical army, completed his promotion, and reached level 195. He had also digested a large amount of stored experience and converted it into combat power. He had even obtained a powerful attack-type molding talent, which greatly increased his combat power. Due to the passive situation in the war, the Amethyst civilization placed more importance on him. As soon as he returned, Han Shao was put in an important position. "I made a good start. As long as I continue to contribute, my position in Section 0 will rise quickly." Han Shao thought to himself. His goal was to make the Black Star Corps an organization heavily supported by Purple Crystal and obtain a large amount of resources. Naturally, he would not reject an important battlefield mission. The class advancement mission could be put aside for now. The experience on the interface was limited, and he was afraid that it would be used up too early. With his current strength, he could deal with most situations. There were not many level 180 inherited grade blueprints, and the way to obtain them was very complicated. Before the next time he slacked off, Han Shao did not have the time to do the class advancement mission. The secret war was one of the most important parts of his plan, and he had to treat it seriously. Arriving at the main control room, Mord opened the 3D star map and gave a more detailed introduction. Only then did Han Shao focus and listen carefully. The tactical mission for this operation popped up on the interface, and he was required to follow Mord and complete the assault on the hyperdrive base station. After some analysis, Mord pulled up the information of a few people, and his expression became serious. According to the intelligence, the hyperdrive base station is heavily guarded, equipped with 9 satellite fortresses and heavy cannons. There are a total of 15 Calamity-grade supers, 12 of whom are Bloodshed Land's experts in the Soul Cluster, and the other 3 are direct officers of the Bloodshed Land, the Backbone members. Mord pointed at a portrait of a ferocious-looking female creature. Her skin was light green, and she had a short blonde mohawk hairstyle. Several hideous scars covered her cheeks, and her eyes were blind. She was using a mechanical eye, and she looked like a cold-blooded person. One look, and you could tell that she was a murderous gangster. Tamaria, Bloodshed Land's adjudicator, superior calamity grade supers, nicknamed Poison Bone. It is said that more than 1 billion lives have died in her hands, including 10,000 grade B supers and 100 calamity grade supers. This rumor is too exaggerated, but the truth is not far from it. In any case, she is extremely bloodthirsty and is famous for being a madwoman under the tyrant. Green skin? She probably has the blood of a beast man. Han Shao stroked his chin and sighed, as expected of the tyrant's subordinate. Even the woman is muscular. Heber had many talents under him. Other than the 8 Vanguard officials, there were also many infamous calamity-grade officers. However, the 8 Vanguard officials were the most famous among them. Mort stared at Han Shao, his eyes filled with affection. This woman and the other 14 calamity grades, I'll leave them all to you. Whoa, we've only known each other for less than an hour, and you're really not holding back. Han Shao turned around and patted Halu's shoulder. Did you hear that? I'll leave them to you. Halu's face was filled with question marks. Just kidding. Why would I send you to your death? Han Shao laughed and cracked his neck. Don't worry, it's just 15 calamity grades. Even if I can't beat them, I'll still run. Chapter 670. An enormous black iron space station was floating in space. Its outer armor was equipped with rows of satellite defense cannons, and it was surrounded by 9 armed satellite fortresses. T-04 Hyperdrive Base Station was the target of Section Zero's attack. At this moment inside the base station, the upper echelons, including Tamaria, were in a conference room, participating in a remote meeting. The projection showed the figure of the remote battle commander, Jode, speaking in a solemn tone. According to reliable intelligence, 11 days ago, Black Star, who had been silent for 2 months, left the headquarters with his fleet. We believe that he will return to the battlefield soon. All commanders present must pay attention to Black Star's movements. This meeting was for all the Bloodshed Land commanders in the West Wind, Chida, and Kai Star systems. Black Star's return to the battlefield was the reason for this meeting. After the battle between Black Star and the 8 Vanguard officials, Jode placed a lot of importance on Han Shao. Although one person could not influence the entire battle, Black Star was one of the most dangerous high-level combatants in Section 0. His deeds were shocking, and Jode felt that it was necessary to release a notice for him. Even if this was making a mountain out of a molehill, it was better than not preparing at all. Based on the recent rumors and the experience of him fighting with the 8 Vanguard officials, I have compiled a report on Black Star. I will send it to all of you in a while, Jode said. He believed that knowing the enemy was the key to victory. Purple Crystal would definitely put Black Star in an important position. This report on Black Star would allow every commander to understand their opponent. If they were attacked, they would know how to deal with Black Star. The meeting ended quickly. The T-04 Hyperdrive Base Station commander's communicator received a message. He glanced at it for a moment before Tamaria strode to his side and snatched the communicator away from him. She began to read the message on her own. The base station commander was helpless. He was not a direct member of Bloodshed Land, but a talent recruited later. Tamaria's position in the base station was higher than his, and this green-skinned woman was not only the captain of more than 10 high-level combatants, but also the supervisor. Other than listening to orders during battle, she did not care about him at all. The base station commander was already used to Tamaria's rudeness. Tamaria glanced at it and sneered. She threw the communicator away. And here I was wondering how powerful Black Star was. It turns out that he's so easy to deal with. The base station commander picked up the communicator and browsed through it. He immediately understood what Tamaria meant. Jode had even included the idea of dealing with Black Star in the information. The result of the battle between Black Star and the 8 Vanguard officials was indeed shocking. However, upon careful analysis, Black Star's weakness was also very obvious. He had been suppressed by the 8 Vanguard officials throughout the entire battle and had only managed to survive by relying on his indestructible body. Apart from that, Black Star's lethality was very limited and could not cause too much trouble. Although it was rumored that Black Star had recently learned psionic energy, he was not the only mechanic in the entire universe who knew about psionic energy. It was far from being unsolvable. Furthermore, strategic psionic energy weapons were equivalent to nuclear weapons in the galaxy. With the restrictions of the 3 universal civilizations, even star cluster civilizations would not use them unless they had no other choice, let alone in this secret war. Unless Black Star wanted to go to the military court of the 3 universal civilizations and enjoy a prison sentence of more than 100 years, he would not use the violent primordial psionic energy everywhere. According to various factors, Jode had written down a general method to deal with Black Star. As long as they sent 1 or 2 senior calamity-grade calamities and 3 to 5 ordinary calamity-grade calamities to destroy Black Star's mech legion, they would be able to make Black Star lose his threat and not be of much use in the war. According to the methods of the various organizations in Section 0, to prevent the loss of their high-level combatants, as long as they kill Black Star, the threat of the other calamity-grade supers in Section 0 would be greatly reduced. No wonder Tamaria looked down on him. Black Star is not as difficult to deal with as I thought. This thought flashed through the base commander's mind. However, Black Star's body is great. Tamaria revealed the fangs in her mouth, and her tone was filled with passion, desire, and cruelty. I wonder if I can obtain his abilities if I eat him. The customs of Tamaria's race were very barbaric and bloody. They believed that by eating the flesh of the enemy, they would be able to obtain the enemy's strength. Eating a strong enemy would make them stronger. Tamaria was drooling over Han Zhao's body and had a desire to feast. She licked her lips. At this moment, the base station suddenly sounded an alarm. Everyone's expression changed, and they hurriedly returned to their posts. Reporting to the commander, Stronghold Planet Number 4 is under attack. Enemy requesting reinforcements from other strongholds. This is the data of the enemy ship from the radar. An observer immediately reported the situation upon seeing the commander return. T-04 Hyperdrive base station was the core that maintained the wormholes of the 12 strongholds. All reinforcements had to be reported to the base station, and the base station's mission was to coordinate the entire situation. The base station commander took a quick look at the report and said, which strongholds responded? Number 1, Number 6, Number 9, and Number 12. Open support channel Number 12. That's it. The base station commander did not hesitate. The operation team nodded and began to operate the channel. Through the wide-angle projection porthole of the space station, thousands of blue light beams shot out from 2 special devices in the base station, forming a circle of dark blue wormholes on the left and right. The space energy at the edge of the wormholes fluctuated and slowly expanded before stabilizing. The 2 wormholes faced each other from afar, and their positions and sizes were aligned. The next moment, the wormhole on the left spat out a dense stream of hyperdrive light. It was the reinforcements that rushed into the wormhole on the right and arrived at their destination in an instant. The time taken for the reinforcements to arrive was less than 30 seconds. It's a success. The base station commander nodded. However, before he could catch his breath, 3 of the 12 stronghold planets on the observation interface turned red, sounding the alarm of an enemy attack. The enemy is planning an attack. The base station commander's expression changed, and he quickly finished arranging the reinforcements. He then ordered loudly, T-04 Hyperdrive base station, enter combat state. Activate the armed satellite fortress and release all the fleets. The enemy might appear at any time. This was a common example of an attack on a hyperdrive base station. The base station commander's reaction was very fast, and he could tell that Section 0's target was their base station. However, this was an open scheme because the enemy had the initiative, and the only way to break it was to fight the enemy head-on. Section 0 had endured humiliation for 2 months, and their strategy of spreading their forces had finally paid off. They had chosen T-04 hyperdrive base station as the target of their counterattack precisely because of the limited number of troops in this area and the fact that the long-range Stargate had not been built yet. The entire base station was immediately mobilized. Tamaria narrowed her eyes and stood up. Not only was she not nervous, she even had an excited look on her face. Great, someone is finally here to fight. My bones have not moved for too long, and they are about to rust. Very quickly, more strongholds were attacked, and they called for reinforcements. The base station commander controlled all the troops, but even though he knew that this was a scheme, a large number of troops were still restrained. Just as everyone was feeling nervous, the radar of the base station rang with an ear-piercing alarm that swept through the entire space station. Warning! Warning! A large number of unknown targets are detected approaching. Everyone looked at the porthole. The porthole's field of vision had been adjusted to over-the-horizon mode, and the scene in the distance was displayed. They could see streams of hyperdrive light stopping one after another, revealing Section Zero's fleet. They're here. The base station commander clenched his fists. They're finally here. Tamaria clenched her fists and walked out with large strides. T-04 hyperdrive base station was in sight, and the armed satellite fortress was glowing. It was already in an activated state. The enemy's fleet is already prepared. Humph! Looks like they've already guessed our strategy. Mord looked at the long-range projection and did not think much of it. He did not think that such a simple strategy would be able to fool the enemy. It was fine as long as it was effective. Time is limited. All formations, charge. After the order was given, the fleet accelerated and charged forward. Both sides locked onto each other through their radars and opened fire at each other. The high-energy particle cannons shot back and forth, crisscrossing each other. The bright light instantly covered the dark space of the universe. The colorful light was pregnant with death in the silent brilliance. The 9 armed satellite fortresses acted as the 9 vertices, forming a huge, irregular protective shield to protect the base station from being attacked. A total of 3 spearhead units attacked the base station, and reinforcements appeared from 2 other directions. They immediately dispersed their firepower, and the pressure on Mord's fleet was greatly reduced. Han Zhao's fleet also charged together with Mord and blended in with the fleet. The light blue electromagnetic shield of the battleship blocked the densely packed ion cannons time and time again, creating ripples in the shield. At this time, the 2 sides were very far away from each other and had not reached the stage of close combat yet. Han Zhao suddenly received a communication from Mord. Black Star, do you see the 9 armed satellite fortresses? That's the generator of the base station shield. This shield is very strong, and we don't have time to slowly break through it. I've discussed with the commanders of the other 2 units. We're going to send a team each to land on the armed satellite fortresses and blow up at least 1 armed satellite fortress. Mort spoke very quickly. What he meant was that blowing up 1 armed satellite fortress would create a gap in the shield. Before the other armed satellite fortresses could change positions to repair the gap, the main force would be able to seize the opportunity to rush in and attack the base station. Only by destroying the base station would the operation be considered success. They did not have much time. In this operation, the diversion and feint units were the largest, because only by putting enough pressure on the strongholds could they draw away reinforcements and restrain the forces of the 12 strongholds. This way, not many troops could come to support the hyperdrive base station. Therefore, they had to destroy the base station while the enemy's forces were scattered. No problem. My teammates don't need to follow me. I'll act on my own. The tactical mission on the interface changed, and the target became to blow up 1 armed satellite fortress. Han Zhao nodded and agreed. He let Rista take control of the spaceship and jumped out of the cabin. He activated the Mountain Ape mechanical suit and entered interstellar navigation mode. He drew a blue arc in the air and avoided the area of the crossfire. He cut in from the side and rushed toward one of the armed satellite fortresses. The other teammates took the spaceship to attack another armed satellite fortress. The other two units also sent out their own small teams. Han Xiao acted alone. As long as he landed on the armed satellite fortress, it would not take long for him to destroy it. I'm a smaller target and more agile. Plus, with my reputation, it's easier for me to restrain the enemy's high-level combatants if I act alone. Han Xiaoxin thought to himself. The burden of flying at high speed was not worth mentioning to him. In his field of vision, the originally small armed satellite fortress gradually enlarged, and he could clearly see the mechanical structure on the surface of the armed satellite fortress. Very soon, the fleet guarding the base station discovered him. A portion of the cannons turned around and fired at him. The high-energy ion cannons closed in on him time and time again, leaving light scars on his retina. The built-in tactical screen constantly reminded him of the direction of the high-energy reaction. Han Xiao was fully focused on dodging the cannons. From time to time, he would use the hovering shield shuttle to form a psionic shield to block the stray cannons. Not long after, Han Xiao rushed into the defense line of the base station fleet and dodged among the enemy spaceships. His brain was extremely active, processing countless data. Time seemed to be very long, but it also seemed to be very fast. Han Xiao did not have the time to care about the outside world. He focused on dealing with the cannons coming from all directions. After some time, the pressure on him suddenly lightened. Han Xiao looked back and saw that he had already left the defense line behind him. He had unknowingly broken through the entire line of defense. In the distance, Mord and the other two Vanguard units had already exchanged fire with the base station fleet at close range. They had indirectly divided the enemy's attention and reduced the density of the firepower that Han Xiao encountered. My teammates are finally giving me some help this time. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. He did not waste any more time and went straight to the satellite fortress in front of him. The satellite fortress was spherical in shape and looked like an asteroid. Its size was about a few hundredths of the size of the blue star. It sounded quite small, but when looking at it from a close distance, Han Xiao felt that it was not much different from a planet. The blue shield blocked him outside. Han Xiao reached out and pressed his hand on the shield. The shield neutralizer operated at full power. The shield within 100 meters in diameter began to ripple at a high frequency. The light dimmed and the energy level dropped. Estimating that it had reached a critical point, Han Xiao's other arm turned into a psionic cannon and fired at close range. The blue light exploded, and a hole with a diameter of 30 to 40 meters appeared on the shield. Compared to the entire shield, this hole was as inconspicuous as a sand pit on a planet. However, it was large enough for Han Xiao to enter. Han Xiao glanced around. The edge of the hole was shrinking and repairing itself. He summoned more than 20 army boxes and rushed in before the hole was repaired. This satellite fortress had a simple man-made atmosphere that was provided to the maintenance personnel. Han Xiao quickly landed, and the sound of the wind could be heard. Pada! Stepping on the ground, Han Xiao looked around. He was surrounded by mechanical surfaces that were cold, lifeless, and filled with the hardcore charm of machinery. Warning hum. 5 high-energy reaction sources detected. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed as he turned around to look. 5 enemies with the aura of I'm a calamity grade flew over from the horizon and landed not far away with a bang. The leader was wearing a heavy mechanical suit and carrying a dark gold mechanical axe. Clatter, this person's helmet opened, revealing a ferocious appearance and short blonde hair. It was the person Mord had warned him about, the Bloodshed Land Adjudicator in charge of T-04 Hyperdrive Base Station, Tamaria. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Tamaria stared at Han Xiao and revealed a ferocious smile. When she had discovered Blackstar at the front line, she had been overjoyed. Based on Han Xiao's charging route, she had brought a few people to this satellite in advance to wait for Han Xiao's arrival. According to her duty, Blackstar should have been dealt with by her, and Tamaria could not wait to fight with Han Xiao. Only 5 people. Han Xiao glanced at them and said, "All your Vanguard officials failed to kill me. You're underestimating me too much." All 15 Calamity-grade supers from your base station are only able to give me some pressure. Huh. Joda's already seen through your weakness. We have no intention of killing you. Not to mention 15 people. Even 5 of us are enough to stall you. What can you do? Hearing this, Han Xiao thought to himself that it was indeed so. After the previous battle, Bloodshed Land would not send a large number of people to try and kill him. Instead, they chose to stall him. Tamaria licked her lips, and her bloodthirsty desire continued to surge. Your body is amazing. Just you wait. I will eat your flesh, chew your bones, suck your blood dry, devour your bone marrow, and eat every cell in your body. I heard that your recovery ability is very strong. I hope you can let me eat until I'm full. Han Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. If it was anyone else, these words might have been used as a threat, but he could tell that Tamaria was not threatening him. She really wanted to do so. This woman wants to eat me? How perverted, but I don't like it. Rumble. Right at this moment, the ground suddenly shook, and the surface armor of the armed satellite fortress cracked open. Multiple turrets rose up like a steel forest, and the muzzles all turned to face Han Xiao. Thousands of B soldiers ran out from the ground and surrounded Han Xiao from afar. This was the armed satellite fortress defense against enemies on the surface. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by enemies everywhere he looked. Tamaria closed her armor and let out a muffled roar. Before this war ends, don't even think about going anywhere. PS1. This chapter is almost 5,000 words long. Happy National Day. Chapter 671. Kaboom! In the distance, the 1,000 soldiers charged toward Han Xiao with large strides. They were like waves approaching, causing the ground to shake violently. Their specially made armor emitted a cold light. Tamaria raised her hand and threw out a dark gold mechanical axe. The blade of the axe was wrapped in a thick blood-red flame, and it spun at high speed like a red ring of fire, heading straight for Han Xiao's head. A suffocating wind pressure rushed toward Han Xiao, as though a gust of wind had appeared out of nowhere. Who? Han Xiao stomped on the ground, and a dense spider web of cracks appeared under his feet. Blue flames spurted out from the ground like ripples, pushing him into the sky and avoiding the flying axe's trajectory. The flying axe suddenly changed its trajectory and flew straight into the sky, chasing after Han Xiao. Han Xiao looked down from above and saw an alloy chain extending out from the end of the axe handle. It was constantly elongating, and the other end was connected to Tamaria's mechanical suit arm. Clearly, it could be controlled from afar. The floating monsters behind Han Xiao quickly formed a psionic shield and met the mechanical axe in front of them in the blink of an eye. The two collided heavily. Dang! Sparks flew everywhere. The mechanical axe that was wrapped in red flames was repelled by the shield, and the chain quickly shortened and returned to Tamaria's hand. This attack opened the curtains of the battle. Philip gave the alarm, and Han Xiao looked down. The surface defense turrets in the area around the armed satellite fortress all raised their muzzles and fired at him. 222. The large caliber cannon barrels spewed out thick smoke, and the mini thermonuclear bombs created a metal wave. The blue, and green plasma cannons followed closely behind, and the laser turrets in the distance shot out beams of high-energy particle beams. All kinds of cannon fire were directed at Han Xiao. Han Xiao was not only facing 5 Calamity-grade supers, but he also had to face the defensive measures of this armed satellite fortress. The psionic thruster was fully activated, and Han Xiao turned into a blue bolt of lightning, drawing a dazzling flight path in the air and dodging the endless cannon fire. Rumble. One after another, violent explosions were left behind by him. The high-temperature shock waves caused the temperature of the mech to rise rapidly. The sky was soon enshrouded by mushroom clouds one after another, which contained the thunder and lightning of the plasma cannons. It was as if a rapidly expanding thunderstorm cloud had appeared above the satellite fortress. As for the particle cannon, it pierced through the dark clouds, giving off a myriad of radiance. If one ignored the dangers involved, this scene was like 1,000 rays of light breaking through the clouds. It could be said to be spectacular. His vision was filled with black smoke, and his armor value slowly decreased under the aftermath of the explosion. With a calm expression, Han Xiao activated his army box and activated the mechanical force field to give him a mechanical force bonus. His energy had a new void attribute, and he could use the void dimension to conduct energy from a distance. This meant that within a certain range, the mechanical force bonuses would no longer be limited by space and could be used directly on machines. This greatly reduced the consumption of mechanical force bonuses and increased the efficiency of energy transmission. Crack. Dense mechanical sounds suddenly came from the dark clouds, which suppressed the sound of the explosion for a moment. It was like the war drums of a 1.2 million mech legion, shaking everyone's hearts. Army attack command received. Coverage confirmed. Philip's cute voice sounded from the mechanical suit's helmet. The next moment, millions of psionic cannons landed at the same time. It was like 1,000 flowers blooming in the night, and stars were falling like rain. Boom, 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 boom. The surface of the fortress in this area was instantly plowed. Amidst the blue psionic expansion light, the metal surface was deformed and shattered. Armor parts flew everywhere, and countless large craters were blasted out. It was a scene of devastation. 40% of the defenses in this area were directly destroyed by this round of airstrikes. The satellite fortress was completely crushed by Han Zhao's army. The black mechanical army descended, causing havoc on the surface, dismantling the cannons of the satellite fortress and fighting with the army of 10,000 bee soldiers. As far as Han Zhao's eyes could see, the vast battlefield was filled with smoke. Suddenly, the tactical screen reminded him that there was a high-energy reaction above his head. Han Zhao's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly dodged to the side. Who? Tamaria's axe brushed past him, creating a strong gust of wind. A pugilist's mobility was very high. After her attack missed, Tamaria twisted her body in midair and continuously chopped over. The edge of the axe left behind a blood-red afterimage. Her attacks were like a storm, and before the first wave of attacks had subsided, another wave followed. The huge force caused the mechanical axe to explode in the air with a deafening sound. Two shimmering psionic shields popped out of Han Zhao's hands and faced the attack head-on. Sparks flew everywhere, and clanging sounds reverberated like thunder. Swoosh! A flood of silver-black nanoparticles gushed out from the tubes on the back of the Mountain Ape mechanical suit and turned into 4 phantoms that only had their upper bodies. They hovered behind Han Xiao, and 8 psionic cannons were aimed at Tamaria, who was fighting with Han Xiao at the same time. Bang! The first round of attacks from the 4 phantoms did not shake Tamaria's determination to fight in close combat. She used her energy to form a shield on the surface of the axe and blocked the attack. Bang! In the second round of attacks, Tamaria still did not move. This kind of attack power was not enough for her to dodge. In the third round of attacks, Tamaria wanted to block it like before, but she suddenly felt an even stronger force pass through her arm and hit her internal organs. Legendary battle technique activated. The sound of the explosion increased by a notch. Bang! Tamaria's expression changed, and she was forced back with a grunt. What a strong penetrative force. Tamaria suppressed her surging blood and chi. Her face was filled with bewilderment. Han Xiao took the opportunity to increase the distance between them. He looked at the combat information, and a look of certainty appeared in his eyes. 35% of the true damage from the 8 psionic shock cannons was more than 12,000 points. Other than the basic mechanical force bonus, he did not use any other skills. Just the additional damage from the legendary battle technique alone was more than the normal damage from the 3 attacks after they were reduced by resistances. Molding talents are really scary. Han Xiao was shocked. Pugilists were famous for being tanky, and they were perfectly countered by this talent. Tamaria was a level 230 pugilist, and her battle style was mainly head-on. Her endurance should be at least 1,600 points. She was at least an elite pugilist, and with all kinds of pugilist talents, her health should be at least above 300,000. Temeria's health was more than half of Han Zhao's, but their tankiness was different. Han Zhao relied on the conversion of health to mana, which allowed him to recover 28% per second. This kind of recovery speed was enough to make a real, tanky pugilist doubt their life. The actual combat effect of this talent is more powerful than I thought. As long as my mech army can guarantee a hit rate. These calculations took less than a second, and the other 4 Calamity-grade supers also followed up and launched their own attacks. Han Zhao hurriedly dodged all the long-range attacks, but he suddenly felt an attack coming from behind. One of the opponents was also a pugilist who specialized in the critical strike penetration agility style. He approached Han Zhao from behind like a meteor, and his alloy rapier had a sharp penetrative force. He stabbed toward Han Zhao's head, trying to disrupt his mobility. Han Zhao did not even turn his head. The 4 illusions collapsed and turned back into nanoparticles, reassembling into a mechanical palm that was 7 to 8 meters in size. Its fingers and palm were covered with a psionic shield, and it grabbed this pugilist who had ambushed him. Bang! The mechanical palm threw him 1,000 meters away like trash, and this person smashed into the ground. Han Zhao experienced the power of his new talent, and he no longer fought with Temeria's group of 5 personally. He gave an order, and the mech army that was dismantling the satellite fortress immediately split half of its forces to surround the 5 Calamity-grade supers. He himself stayed at the side, interrupting the enemy's attacks from time to harass them. "Do you think you can stop us with these pieces of scrap?" Temeria's angry roar reverberated, and the flames on her body surged, breaking through the clouds. At the same time, outside the protective shield of the hyperdrive base station, Mord and the other 3 Section 0 fleets were fighting with the enemy's defense forces. They originally had the upper hand, and the enemy's fleets were forced to retreat. However, the other strongholds received a request for reinforcements from the base station, and a portion of the troops from the strongholds broke free from the suppression of Section 0's troops. At this moment, the battle was extremely intense. Only Black Star managed to board one of the satellite fortresses. "How's the situation now?" In the flagship's main control room, Mord was observing Han Zhao's position through the over-the-horizon module. His vision was covered by the thick fog of the thermonuclear bombs. Section 0 had sent out many teams to try to board the 9 satellite fortresses to destroy the protective shield of the base station. However, the others were all forced to retreat, and only Black Star managed to board one of the satellite fortresses. Mord's palms were sweating. Their fleets were all blocked by the protective shield, and whether they could destroy the base station as soon as possible depended on whether Black Star could destroy the satellite fortresses as soon as possible. He was the hope of the entire village. "Sir, we have observed that Black Star is currently fighting with the defense of the satellite fortresses. The enemy has sent out 5 Calamity-grade supers to deal with him. From the looks of it, they seem to be holding Black Star back. This is bad." Mord's heart tightened. At this juncture, if Black Star was held back, the situation would turn into a stalemate. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Gritting his teeth, Mord decisively gave the order. "Inform the other 2 fleets to gather all the Calamity-grade supers and reinforce Black Star immediately. He is being held back by the enemy and needs help." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.